Yes.
They're working in the back on those issues. So I'm just going to skip them and move it. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the St. Tammany Parish Council meeting for December 3rd, 2020. Thank you all for taking the time to come, and we'll get this meeting started. Mr. Canulet, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Mr. Smith, would you lead us in the invocation, please, sir?
Father God, we come once again with bowed heads and humbled hearts just to say thank you for this blessed opportunity that you've given us once again to assemble ourselves at this place that you provided. We thank you for those who are in attendance. We thank you for those who would desire to be in camp for whatever reason, and we ask a special prayer this evening on those members of our council who need you, oh God, in this time of their sickness. And dear God, we also ask that everything that we say and do will be pleasing in your eyesight. And in the end, when we're finished with this business, we'll be so very careful to give you all the praise, all the honor, and all the glory. For it's in Jesus' name we pray and ask it all. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Canulet, Mr. Smith. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Mr. Dean? Mr. Fitzgerald? Ms. Casabon? Mr. Davis? Ms. Tanner? Mr. Taladano? Mr. Lorino?
Here.
Mr. Canulet?
Here.
Mr. Mike Smith?
Here.
Ms. O'Brien?
Here.
Mr. Stefanczyk? Mr. Bender? Mr. Airy?
Here.
And Mr. T.J. Smith? We have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. The first thing we have on the calendar tonight is the election of the officers for 2021. Before I get into that, for some people that attend these meetings regularly, you'll see that there's a few council members that are missing tonight. We have Council Lady Ms. Casabon, who is recovering from an illness, Mr. Taladano, and Mr. Dave Fitzgerald. So as we go along tonight, I know we'll all keep them in mind and have them in our prayers, and we expect to see them all back very soon. So what I'd like to do, members of the council, is entertain a motion to delay the election of officers for 2021. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Canulet, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. By the way, Madam Clerk, Mr. Bender is here, and he's taking care of some council business in the back. Okay, we have special items will be the budget, but I'm going to delay that for a while, and I'm going to go right to presentations. President Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Parish Council. It always gives me great pleasure to make this presentation each month for the Employee of the Month. And this month, December 2020, I'm happy to acknowledge Ms. Carolyn Lipscomb with the HR department. I'm going to ask Carolyn, if she would, please come to the front. Whereas Carolyn Lipscomb began her service to St. Tammany Parish in January 2019 as a generalist in the Human Resources Department. And whereas Carolyn has a very pleasant personality and demeanor, which is evident in her actions and projected through her voice when she answers the main Human Resources phone line. And whereas she is professional, conscientious, and versatile, and is willing to go above and beyond in order to ensure all tasks are completed and established deadlines are met. And whereas not only does she excel in the performance of her own duties, she eagerly offers her assistance with payroll and benefits functions, and she has taken upon herself the additional duties as full-time recruiter. And whereas Carolyn Lipscomb is an overall outstanding employee, performs her duties in an exemplary manner, and is dedicated and committed to serving the citizens of St. Tammany. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as Parish President of the great Parish of St. Tammany, do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Carolyn Lipscomb as Employee of the Month, December 2020, and encourage all employees of St. Tammany Parish to thank her for her contributions and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Carolyn, congratulations. First, look at the council. We recognize Carolyn. And to the audience. Thank you so much. Thank you. Very proud of you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have presentation of Sierra Club Awards by Marjorie Fickner-Prey. Ms. Prey?
Hello, long time no see. Good to see all your faces. Tonight we're here for a very special thing, and we being the Honey Island Group, which is the North Shore contingent of the Sierra Club's Delta chapter. The Delta chapter represents all of Louisiana in the national grassroots organization of the Sierra Club. Many developers scream NIMBY, not in my backyard, at citizens who protest to save their neighborhoods or their favorite fishing holes. But together, educating citizens on how to save the places, but bringing together and educating people on how to save the places they love is the goal of the Sierra Club. NIMBY is not a bad word. John Muir founded the Sierra Club in 1892 because he saw the destructive development of the Yosemite Valley and the surrounding sequoia groves. And he said, no, not in my favorite valley. He educated citizens and showed them the beauty of Yosemite by taking them on field trips to the valley. In 1903, he brought President Teddy Roosevelt to Yosemite. And because of that, within a couple of years, President Roosevelt had named Yosemite and the Sequoia National Parks, which are the second and third national parks in the United States after Yellowstone. Our club's motto is to explore, enjoy, protect the planet for our families and for our future. And that's what the Sierra Club is all about. On that note, we've gathered here, or at least those of us who could come and brave. A lot of us are not coming out because of the COVID virus, but they all send their warm thanks to President Cooper, and their blessings are with us. I'd like to introduce one of our youngest and most enthusiastic members, Jackson Cantrell. Jackson is going to present the award to President Cooper. He's a very likely known to a lot of you because he's an unbelievable person. He's already done probably more than most of us have done in our adult lives. He's very accomplished. He's an honors senior at Mandeville High School. He's a much awarded Eagle Scout, and he was a major voice in the battle last year to stop the development in Fontainebleau State Park. Jackson's active in civic affairs as well as school activities and has a determination to see good government at work. This young man has already done so much to inspire and lead others that I look forward to seeing his accomplishments in the future. And with that, Jackson will
Thank you.
present the award. Mr. Cooper.
Hello, Jackson. It's nice to see you again, young man.
Nice to see you again, Mr. Lorena.
Thank you.
Yeah, sit there.
We'll just sit it there.
One second thought, I'll hold it.
Yeah, it's gonna fall over. Okay. Okay. President Cooper, Chairman Lorena, council members and citizens, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to speak before you tonight. My name is Jackson Cantrell, and like many high school seniors, I've been busy these past few months submitting essays and writing them for college admissions. And if you'd indulge me, one of these topics was supposed to be about a young person who overcame obstacles. And I chose to write about a 17-year-old boy who grew up on a farm, who at age 11, his father died. And as his father's eldest child, he became the legal caretaker and man of the house for his brother. This teenager, without any father and without any guidance that comes with having a father, sought to learn how to serve his brother and his family best. And he intentionally looked for role models within novels and scientific journals, etc., to teach him how to be a responsible and moral man. And I understand, President Cooper, that you have had one such role model, your father. And he served as the mayor of Covington for 24 years, saw you earn your degree in city and regional planning, and saw you use your education effectively in your career in planning for the parish. Later being elected mayor of Covington twice, and now as president of the parish, it all seems like a continuation of your father's guidance and your family's legacy and dedication to serving others. What I believe your family, especially your father, might be proud of is not necessarily these elected titles and service. It would be your commitment to objectivity, morality, and civic virtue. You have listened to your constituents, and with that, you have done, and by doing so, you have showed and demonstrated the courage to stand tall in the face of second guessing and private interests. And that 17-year-old boy that I wrote about, he found those role models just as you have. And he too became a great leader and ruffled some feathers, to say the least, along the way. When he was elected to public office, he refused to identify as a politician, and instead he identified himself as a statesman. And eventually he held the title of president. That teenage boy was George Washington, a person who from a young age vowed to always do what was right, not what was expected. Today's complicated world, young people like Washington, myself, and my fellow classmates are still looking for role models. And we are looking for those who take to heart the words of our nation's founding father. Labor to keep alive in your breast that little spark of celestial fire called conscience. President Cooper, you are an excellent role model with plenty of celestial fire, and this evening we honor you for it. The Honey Island Group Sierra Delta Club chapter awards Michael B. Cooper, St. Tammany Parish President, for your citizens thanking you.
Thank you. Thank you. But she wants to take the picture.
I don't have my mask.
Before you sit down. I want to thank the Sierra Club. I want to thank the citizens of St. Tammany. I truly believe in protecting our citizens, protecting our environment, but not at the expense of planned economic development for our parish. This is a beautiful parish. We need to protect our resources. I thank you for this acknowledgement. I really do. Appreciate you.
We appreciate
This
you.
young man's going places too.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
One more thing.
This might be a little too small for you, but it might fit business.
Okay, thank you. And I want to thank members of the parish council too
Thank-
for indulging this. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Congratulations. Thank you, Jackson. It's always a pleasure to see you, young man. What college are you going to? Well, you'll do fine. Thank you. All right, we'll go to appointments. We have a resolution to appoint members of the St. Tammany Parish Comprehensive Plan Update Steering Committee. Mr. President, did you want to have anything to say, or you want to comment on any of that, sir, before I ask for a motion to appoint those? Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. President.
I made my 7 appointments.
Yes, sir.
By letter,
Yes, sir.
and I have not seen the appointments made by the parish council.
Okay. I have them all except for District 1 right now.
Very good.
Okay?
Thank you.
So what we'll do is I'll read the names, and then we'll fill in District 1 once we receive that one, and we'll appoint the rest. District 2 has S. Dale Jenkins. District 3, A. J. Davis. District 4, Chris Massengill. District 5, Shelby LaSalle. District 6, Chris Hidison. District 7, Carlo Hernandez. District 8, Dave Doherty. District 9, Gene Bellicero. District 10, Richard Lambert. District 11, Ed Ponavant. District 12, Bob Breck. District 13, Jim Walter. District 14, Lester Mayo. So we have 13 of the 14 that we have now. So if I could get a motion in a second. A motion by Mr. Davis, second by Mr. Airy. Please vote. And Michael, we'll send a list over to you.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Number 2, resolution to reappoint Marlene Peachy and Councilman Thomas J. Smith Jr. to the St. Tammany Parish Tourism and Convention Commission Board. I need a motion and a second to suspend the rules. Motion by Maureen, and second by Steve. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
And I think, Maureen, you have something you want to say, ma'am?
I'm sorry, Miss Marlene Peachy is here, and we'd love to have her come up.
I just wanted to say briefly, I truly enjoy serving our parish alongside with Councilman T.J. Smith, and I sincerely am grateful for your support. Thank you.
Thank you for serving, ma'am. We appreciate that. And thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, TJ.
Would you like to say something, sir?
As we continue to serve in that capacity with the Tourist Commission, we just want to highlight once again the outstanding job and savings that comes out of that commission's work to the citizens of St. Tammany Parish. And in keeping with our tradition, we would like to have them present once again in the first quarter of next year some information and an update on as to where they are and what they're doing and how we accomplish that.
Thank you.
Around March, okay.
And please do put it on the agenda, and I'm sure the next chairman will take care of that for you.
Thank you.
Yes. I need a motion to appoint, motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Stefancic. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the consent calendar. Any items not pulled from the consent calendar are automatically approved in whole by 1 vote. Items pulled from the consent calendar are discussed and voted upon individually. A majority vote of the entire council. 8 is required to adopt the consent calendar. Items that I have thus far be pulled: ordinance for introduction, ordinance number 8, ordinance calendar number 6549, ordinance number 16, calendar number 6557, number 17, ordinance calendar number 6558, number 18, ordinance calendar number 6559, number 19, ordinance calendar number 6560, and then I have, then resolutions. I have resolution number 1, C-6366, resolution number 2, CS number C-6371, resolution number 3, CS number C-6372. Mr. Smith, do you have anything additional, sir? Mr. Canulet? Ms. O'Brien?
No, sir.
Mr. Stefanczyk? Mr. Dean, way down on the end? All right, brother. Mr. Airy?
No, sir.
Mr. Mike Smith?
No, sir.
Mr. Jimmy Davis? Ms. Cheryl Tanner? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cooper, do you have anything?
No, sir.
Thank you. Does legal have anything?
Yes, sir.
Does anybody from the public wish to have anything pulled from the agenda? Okay, seeing nobody from the public, could I have a motion by Mr. Canulet, second by Ms. Cheryl Tanner, to adopt all ordinances that have not been pulled? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Okay. We'll go to the first one, number 8, ordinance calendar number 6549, an ordinance to amend the Parish Code of Ordinance, Chapter 2, Administration, Article 16, Moratoriums, Section 2-620, to remove additional requirements for the adoption and extension of a moratorium. Mr. Smith.
Move to postpone.
Motion by Mr. Smith to postpone. Mr. Canulet, you second that, sir? Motion, second by Mr. Canulet. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Number 16, ordinance calendar number 6557, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 41, sales tax district number 3, District 5. Ms. Long?
Yes, sir. Is my mic on?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Ordinance calendar 6557 is the 41st amendment to the capital budget for District 5, and it's for Ravage Court drainage for $31,000.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion? Any questions? Mr. Stefanczyk made the motion, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you.
Introduction.
Oh, yes. No vote was needed.
Oh, okay, thank you. Number 17, ordinance calendar number 6558, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets number 42. Ms. Long?
Yes, sir. This ordinance is for District 7 capital and is for Crentel Road South, $40,000.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, Mr. Mike Smith, make a motion. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Thank you. Number 18, ordinance calendar 6559, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 43, St. Tammany Parish Coroner. Ms. Long.
Yes, sir. This ordinance will amend the capital budget for the coroner's office facility for chiller improvements for $100,000.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Any questions?
Yeah, I got one.
Go ahead, Mr. Canulet.
How long are we gonna keep putting them off, get them out from underneath us? They need to go back to running their own business. They've done great for the last couple of years. They do not need to be under the council's care anymore. Can we please get this to the state and get this moving? We've been talking about this for 2 years. It's time to leave them alone. They've proved they can handle their money. Let it go.
Thank you, Mr. Canulet. I agree. You know, I think we're still living under the past coroner, and I think Dr. Preston has done a fantastic job. So I would hope the administration and the council going forward can figure a way that we can move forward with that and something we can put on the agenda, President Cooper.
Yes, sir. We're happy to review that with you all.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay. Do we have a, well, we don't need to vote, that's right. Number 19, ordinance calendar number 6560, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets, amendment number 44, sales tax district number 3, bond fund. Ms. Long.
Yes, sir. This ordinance will amend the capital budget to use bond proceeds that we have on hand for 3 US 190 roundabouts in the Slidell area. This funding of $2.9 million funds 100% of design, and then the 20% for the right-of-way acquisition and the construction, which is the local match required by DOTD.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Do we have a motion? Motion by Mr. Dean, second by Mr. Stefanczyk. Thank you. Okay, we'll go to resolutions. Resolution number 2. Resolution CS number 6371, a resolution approving the holding of an election in Recreation District number 6 on Saturday, March 20th, 2021, to authorize the levy of special tax therein. Ms. Tanner, that's in your district, but I think we have bond counsel here. I'm sorry. Oh, okay, okay. We'll go back to that. Go, come on up, Grant. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Grant Schluter with Fuller Udell Bond Counsel. Recreation District 6 is their 10-year renewal for their 6 mills ad valorem tax. It is scheduled for the March 20th election date, which is a regular election date under the election code.
Yes, sir. Okay, any questions for Mr. Grant? Seeing no questions, is there a motion and a second, please? Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Thank you. I know that. I'm getting ready to do it if you give me a minute. Resolution CS number C-6366, resolution to vacate in part the 6-month moratorium on issuance of building or conditional use permits for construction of placement of building structures on property within a portion of unincorporated town of Alton subdivision, specifically 62125 North 16th Street, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Canulet. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Number 3, resolution CS number C-6372, resolution approving the holding of an election in Rec District number 14 on Saturday, March 20th, 2021, to authorize the incurring of a debt and issuance of bond therein. Ms. Casabon?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Casabon. Ms. Tanner, and second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Mr. Grant.
Thank you. And Richard Bentley Smith, the director from the Coquille Recreation District here, is also, if you have any questions. This is another election for the March 20th election date. It is for $10.2 million of general obligation bonds to provide for additional projects out at the Coquille District. This is without any projected increase in the current millage rate that they are levying, which is 4.47 mills to service all of their outstanding general obligation bonds. This district has periodically, over the years, submitted to the voters for their consideration additional bonds for additional capital improvements at such time as they were able to do so with no projected increase in the tax millage. Again, that's for the regularly scheduled election date of March 20th.
Thank you. Richard, would you like to say anything, sir?
I don't have any questions.
Well, thank you for doing a great job over there. We really appreciate it, and thank you for serving on some of the committees. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Mr. Smith?
And are there any other ballot initiatives on that date?
Generally, in 2021, there aren't other ballot initiatives statewide unless there's a vacancy election called or something of that type. Also, the spring election dates are for any municipality that has a scheduled election. But there are no regular elections being held on that date.
Do you have any idea what the cost to the parish would be for?
I do not have that at this point. That is submitted.
Richard?
Yeah, the last time we held an election in the same capacity, it was $4,000.
For?
Yes, sir.
Leslie?
Thank you.
Councilman Smith, I was just going to mention that on the March 20th ballot, the council authorized placing a holding of election for a renewal or continuation of the parish-wide drainage tax for, I think it's 1.69 mills.
Good.
That'll be on that same election date.
Great.
Thank you, Grant. Thank you, Richard. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Okay. We'll go to the appeals now. Just for everyone in the audience, if you wish to speak for or against an appeal on the agenda, would you please make sure you fill out a card so that we have it, and we'll be able to call you up and you can have your comments. Just so everyone knows, on the appeals, on both sides, everyone has 10 minutes. Then there's a 3-minute rebuttal, and then a 2-minute closing. So I don't know how many people are on one appeal or whatever, but if you have a lot, you may want to combine them and have someone, speak on behalf of the whole group. But that's entirely up to you all. But we do have a 10-minute time limit and a 3-minute rebuttal. Okay? So we'll get started. Number 1, Stephen Mott appealing the zoning commission approval on March 3rd, 2020 to rezone 98 acres located on the east side of Louisiana Highway 1081, south of Smith Road, north of Thibodeau Road, Covington, from A-1 Suburban District to A-2 Suburban District, Ward 3, District 2. Petitioner Kenneth Lupacchio, Sr., 2019-2053-ZC, postponed 5/27/20, postponed 7/9/2020, postponed 8/26/2020, postponed 9/23/2020, postponed 11/9/2020. And guess what? I need a motion to postpone. We have a motion by Mr. Canulette and second by Mr. Smith, T.J. Smith, to postpone. I'm sorry. For 1 month, that's all he does, man. That's why we had them all there. Yeah, listen to me. Okay.
The motion is unanimous with 5 absent.
Thank you. Number 2, Stephen Mott appealing the zoning commission approval on March 3rd, 2020 to rezone 141 acres located on the east side of LA Highway 1081, south of Smith Road, north of Thibodeau Road, Covington, from A-2 Suburban District to a PUD Planned Unit Development Overlay, Ward 3, District 2. Petitioner Kenneth Lapacchiolo, Senior, 2019-1754-ZC, postponed 5/27/20, postponed 7/9/2020, postponed 8/26/2020, postponed 9/23/2020, postponed 11/9/2020. I need a motion to postpone. Motion by Mr. Canulette, second by Mr. Smith. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 5 absent.
Thank you. Now we see how long it takes to do a traffic study in a district. Number 3, Brad Dory appealing the zoning commission denial on October 26, 2020 to rezone 53.86 acres located at the end of Jessica Lane, north of Vista Street, Madisonville, from A-3 Suburban District and HC-2 Highway Commercial District to A-4 Single Family Residential District, Ward 1, District 1, 2020-2021-ZC, owner LaGrange Legacy, LLC, Paul LaGrange. Okay, so we have Mr. Dory appealing the zoning commission denial. Mr. Dory? Mr. Dean?
Is this on? Okay.
Yes, sir.
He had a discussion with him. He'd like to withdraw the appeal, please.
Okay, he would like to withdraw the appeal?
Correct. He's going to
Okay.
go back to the planning and zoning and maybe do some redesign and all, but he wants to withdraw this appeal.
Okay, and we have a couple of cards here. I don't know if they want to just, Jonathan and Rebecca, I don't know if y'all want to come up and say anything, but I'm sure Mr. Dean's going to make a motion to withdraw, and Mr. Jimmy Davis is going to second, so to be withdrawn and going back to the Planning and Zoning Commission, but you're welcome to come up and say a couple of things if you want, ma'am.
Hello, thank
Hello.
you for your time.
Please state your name first,
My
ma'am.
name is Rebecca Boudreau,
Thank you.
and I live in Mr. Dean's district off of Rex Avenue and Bryant Street. I have lived there for probably almost 20 years now. I was kind of disturbed when I heard this again because it was probably over 15 years ago, it was approved or going through the approval process to put the subdivision that is back there now where the equestrian farm was. All of us in the neighborhood got together, invited the press, invited Mr. Dean, anybody else, to try to stop that development. That didn't happen. Since then, a development has not only happened there, there has been another one in the area, down my street, down Bryant, the street prior to that, all the cookie cutter houses. Well, if that's gonna happen, it has completely ruined our drainage. None of that was ever even looked at. I don't know what the process is going through to see, traffic, drainage, those types of things, the infrastructure things that will affect us already living there. But since then, my front yard has deteriorated because there's no proper drainage. All those houses were built, fences back to back.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
he's withdrawing the appeal.
Okay.
So
But
it's not
this-
happening. It
Okay.
will come back before the Planning and Zoning Commission.
So we will come back, because I know
Yes.
back then there was an attempt
Not
to
for this
contact you with
plan.
these concerns, so he's gonna come with another plan. The problem is just the development back in that area, there's one way in and one way out, and it's not safe. I've been trapped back there.
I got it.
And it's important for the council, but you especially, to hear our
it's-
concerns, because it's scary. It's happened on more than one occasion.
Okay.
I understand.
Ma'am, but.
So
and-
thank you.
And he's right, but what
Yes.
will happen, it's going to go back to planning and zoning.
Okay.
And then everyone needs to get together and go to planning and zoning and state those cases again.
Okay,
And then make those concerns.
Yes, sir.
And put that forward. And then if for some reason you're not happy with that result, then you get to come back here and address it again.
And if
Okay.
I could make a suggestion,
Please.
I emailed 4 or 5 people and I said, let's get together to discuss, and I never heard anything back. So as the planning, as it comes, and I don't know when it's gonna come up, even if it does, but as it comes up, we can discuss it before the planning and zoning, or the zoning commission meeting. I'll probably be, what is this? It's probably like January, February, just kind of, we'll keep watching out. But email me, I emailed 4 or 5 guys or folks in your neighborhood and said, get a few people together, but it just seems like it's, nobody's talking to each other. So just get a few people together and
Okay.
let's meet, and we'll address what's gonna happen there.
Okay.
Okay?
Great. Thank
All
you
right.
very much for
Sure.
y'all's
My pleasure.
time.
Thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you coming. Okay, we had a motion and a second. All in favor, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Okay, we'll go to number 4. Jason Van Halen appealing the zoning commission denial on October 6, 2020 to rezone 8.98 acres located on the south side of Burning Road, east of LA Highway 437, Covington, from A-1A Suburban District and RO Rural Overlay to A-2 Suburban District and RO Rural Overlay, Ward 2, District 2. Ms. Tanner?
Do we want to have the speakers first, if there's any speakers, or can I just go ahead?
Yes, we do. We have some speakers. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
No, we're going to hear it.
No, we're here. Yes, sir. Okay,
Motion.
okay. Ms. Janine Brady? Ms. Janine? Yeah, but I don't think is Mr. Van Halen here? Or anyone to speak from Mr. Van Halen's side? I don't think so. You can stay there, ma'am.
Who wants me?
Okay, Ms. Brady. Ms. Brady, come on. You can speak, man. You have your card in.
Yes,
Do you want to speak?
yes, please. My name is Jean Brady,
Yes,
as you
ma'am.
know. 27177 Joyner Road, Covington, Louisiana, 70435. I live right off of Burning Road, on Joyner Road, right off of Lee Road, in a very hazardous section. They've cut down a hill many years ago because we have a blonde spot. There's more accidents there since they put a Dollar General in. And we're locked in there. You start putting anything on the corner, especially of Burning Road, which they want to put a little strip mall type thing. It's not going to work, plus they're going to kill all of our trees. And then if they go to the back with the little houses they want to put back there, it's going to be a cluster of getting in and out of there because I can't exit to the highway from what I've been told. And everything up in that area is going to be drained, redrained, try to go for trees and clear things out so water can move. We have water problems that is now, and when they start putting all this in there, all of our properties are going to be, how would you say, in harm's way, okay? That is property that's been there for, and, the couple of the Wolfstone Plantation, a couple other places are there. This has been there for 200 years plus, and people have been there, not quite, haven't been there that long, I promise you. But the whole thing of it is that we are situated in there, the land is full, and if they start putting in little places here, there, and everywhere, the whole, how would you say, gist of the land is just going to be destroyed, okay? My major concern is getting in and off of Burning Road onto the highway. I'm getting old, and I pray every time I get to that stop sign to make sure that I can go one way or the other. I even drive sometimes into the vet's lot, so I can go through the vet's lot with his permission and come through down that way. That's how dangerous it is. So that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you taking the time.
Thank you.
Mr. Charles?
Charles Floca, 20140 Bruning Road, Covington. I'll try to be brief. Some of you know that's not possible.
That's okay, you got 9 minutes.
Okay, great. Stated intent, A1A, A2 zoning, preserve the character of the area through low densities in less populated areas. The residential rezoning that's before us takes 9 acres of property, which would, with the current zoning, allow for 3 residential units. If you go to A1, if you go to A2 zoning, given the flag lot ordinance that's in the law here, that will allow 9 residential units, triple the density. If you look at the stated intent of the zoning, preserve the character of the area through low densities in less populated areas by providing single-family residential environments on large multi-acre lots. The multi-acre lot issue, obviously, is a problem because there's an anomaly in the zoning, A2 zoning, same rationale. If you look at the question about setbacks, the average setback along the north side of Bruning Road in the first developed block is approximately 170 feet. On the south side of Bruning Road, it exceeds 180 feet. Lot sizes. First 2 residential lots across the road from the subject property are 2.5 acres and 2.65 acres. The next 2 properties are 3 and 5 acres. On the south side, the first property, which abuts the eastern edge of this property, is 3 acres. The next 2 properties on the south side are 9 acres and 3.5 acres. The zoning change does not preserve the character of the area, and it promotes higher densities. It's clear. If the densities are left as is, if the zoning is left as is, the normal things that we're all concerned about in this part of the parish, utilities, sewer, water service, all of those things, it's almost impossible to deal with that with a flag lot which has 2 or 3 lots along Bruning Road and then another 6 lots down a slope 1,300 feet long by 200 feet wide, serviced by a gravel road. The staff conclusion recommended or actually saw no problem with the rezoning. But in fact, they said that the character of the area should be maintained, but the density will be less. Well, the stated purpose is to maintain low densities. The other thing that they stated was that the residential property should be preserving the character of the neighborhood, and that's clearly not the case because the additional curb cuts would harm and hinder the development of the live oak grove that is important to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Cecilia? Thank you, sir. Cecilia?
Good evening. I'm Celia Palazzo.
Good
I
evening.
live at 20263 Bruning Road. In 1981, we purchased the old Wolf Tone Plantation and a few acres, and over the years acquired more, and we currently have about 55 acres back there. I raised my 3 sons there, taught them to drive on Lee Road, In fact, I believe that I emailed all of you a short video that I made a couple of days ago when I found myself behind a large tractor trailer headed into the Dollar General store, who missed both of the entrances and ended up pulling north in the southbound turning lane in the face of oncoming traffic, blocked both lanes of the highway and the turning lane, and backed in not once but twice because he missed it the first time. This is the sort of thing that, as a mother teaching my boys to drive, I worried about constantly. And since that intersection has been put in, the thought of the north entrance, the distance between the north entrance and the intersection of Bruning and Fitzgerald Road is a blink of an eye. I don't understand how it's conceivable that somebody could want to put yet another curb cut between Bruning Road and the north entrance to Dollar General Market and not anticipate that there is going to be a fatal accident. Several of our neighbors have been rear-ended in that turning lane trying to turn into Fitzgerald because people don't realize, they don't think that that lane is there. There's no safe way to get into Bruning Road coming south because that lane is, the turning lane doesn't really happen until you approach Dollar General. The traffic situation scares the living daylights out of me. I worry every day for all of us that travel on that. And the idea of introducing commercial traffic and residential traffic that can only get in and out of Bruning Road is terrifying to me. I really appreciate your consideration and your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Megan? Miss Megan? Okay. You have 1 minute, ma'am, and then we'll go into the other one. Dear.
I'm Megan. I live on 20076 Brunning, and I actually bought the house last year. And the funny thing is, I did see this house in 2018 and thought I would love to live on this road because it was so beautiful, all the live oaks. And it just happened to be that that house was for sale in 2019 when I was in the market for one. I bought the house assuming that I would be living in a country setting with the trees and the woods around us, you know, and I look outside and see just beauty. If I wanted to look out and see residents right next door to me, then I would have bought into a subdivision in town. The purpose of me moving out down Lee Road onto Browning is to be in the country, and I would hate for that to be ruined by allowing someone to change or have the ability to change the zoning to build 1 acre lot homes, cookie cutter homes. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I have 3 more cards, but the next one, number 5, is a similar appeal. So what I'll do is I'll save these 3 cards and let them speak on that if it's okay, Ms. Dana.
Yes.
Go ahead,
Can I
ma'am.
make the motion?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Okay, since David's not here, I would like to make the motion to concur with the zoning denial of this ordinance.
Okay. There's a motion by Ms. Tanner to concur with the zoning commission's denial. Mr. Davis?
I'd also like to point out that the planning and zoning made the motion to deny this 11 to none. So, you know, we rely on the planning and zoning to give us recommendations, and they gave us recommendation to do this. I also talked to the Councilman Fitzgerald about this and stuff like this. And this is just not trying to go after somebody. This is just trying to say, at this time, this is not appropriate for the area and stuff like that. So I'm going to second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Any other questions from members of the council? We had a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. We'll go to number 5, Jason Van Halen appealing the zoning commission denial on October 6, 2020, to rezone 1 acre located on the corner of Burning Road and LA Highway 437 Covington from A-1 Suburban District and RO Rural Overlay to HC-1 Highway Commercial District, Ward 2, District 2, Ms. Casavon, Ms. Tanner. Would you like me?
You've done that all night.
I know it. I don't know why I have Martha on my mind right now, but she is.
You want
But
the
I
other
have a
ones to
few
speak?
cards. You want me to grab them?
Yes, that's
Yes,
fine.
ma'am.
You want me to make the motion?
I will, yeah. And once again, is Mr. Van Halen here to speak on this? Means he brought this? Okay, seeing none, okay. Miss Melinda Mizell, Miss Melinda? And once again, we have 10 minutes, and I have about 5 cards, but you take your time, ma'am.
It won't take that
Take your
long.
time.
Melinda Mizell, 78392 Dutch Lane, which is off of Bruning Road, lifetime resident of the parish. My family has owned property down Bruning Road for hundreds of years. And like they said on the residential one, the commercial rezoning request, traffic is the utmost issue with that particular part. And originally, when they rezoned for the Dollar General Market, there was an agreement with the developer at that time that he was going to leave a 200-foot buffer in between Dollar General Market and Bruning Road so that there would be no commercial access onto Bruning Road. And now they're wanting to change that. And I understand the developers want to sell that piece of property because he can't really do anything with it. But requesting these kind of rezonings is just not beneficial for that area. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for taking the time. Ms. Priscilla?
Priscilla Floca. I live at 20140 Bruning Road. We've lived in that area since 1983. I'm a Louisiana licensed landscape architect, and I share the concerns of my neighbors regarding the danger of the intersection with Lee Road, Bruning Road, and Fitzgerald, and also with the increase in residential density. But I'm going to address another concern with you all, which is the preservation of the live oaks in the area. With this zoning request from A1A to HC1, the health and survival of the 9 live oak trees on that 1-acre site will be endangered. These trees and the other live oaks that line Bruning Road give the neighborhood a special ambiance that is treasured by all of us who live there. Many of them are over 100 years old. On October 22nd, Mr. Van Halen was invited to attend a neighborhood meeting to explain to us his plans for the property. He provided a drawing that shows a commercial building, parking lot, and an entrance drive off of Highway 437, Lee Road. Construction of the building and surrounding paving will require a significant amount of fill due to the considerable north to south cross slope of the property. The construction process itself, the impervious paving, in addition to the fill, will adversely impact the 9 live oaks on the property. Several of them have branches that extend more than 40 feet out from the trunk. Compaction of the soil and covering the critical root zone under the tree's canopy, as well as the feeder roots, which can extend even beyond the edge of the canopy, will deprive them of air, water, and nutrients that they need to obtain from the soil. Over time, this will kill them. This is also true of the residential lots. However, as noted before, and thank you so much for your decision, the current zoning provides more flexibility for saving the live oaks. At that meeting on October 22nd, 2 residents asked Mr. Van Halen very simple questions. Why are you doing this? And how will it help our neighborhood? He shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. He had no answer. That silence speaks volumes. This rezoning request is speculative, unnecessary, and ill-conceived. Granting it will be detrimental to the public safety in general who traverse Lee Road, to our neighborhood specifically, and to the live oaks that make it a special place to live. Please consider these reasons and vote to uphold the decision of the Zoning Commission to deny this rezoning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Rick? Mr. Rick? Hello, my name is Rick Casanova. I live at 2005 Ponderosa Place in Mandeville, and I'm here to speak against this. My wife and I own the property directly diagonally across the road from this parcel. It's beautiful up there, as everybody's, I'm not going to repeat that. But what they're trying to do is, in effect, put in a little subdivision here with a commercial part in the front. Everybody's talking about the traffic. It's a nightmare. I think we almost got numb to it a little bit. But that's going to cause trouble if you put commercial in there. Now, just as you should set a high bar to go from three acres per house, the bar should be even higher to go from 3 acres per house to commercial. So, and it's interesting to note that my mother-in-law's house was appraised a while ago, and 2 of the notes the appraiser made were about the large tracts of property available in the area, and the other one was the beauty of the oak trees. So I'd just like to ask y'all to set that bar very high if you're going to go from 1 house per 3 acres to commercial property. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Andre?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Andre Bazou. I'm a United States Marine and a Louisiana State Trooper. The reason I come to speak with you today is because I grew up on Bruning Road. It's a beautiful neighborhood, and I want to keep it as such. But more importantly, I'm concerned about the public safety aspect of that juncture of Lee Road. If you've ever driven up LA 437 right there, you know it's at the peak of a hill. It's incredibly dangerous. I can't tell you how many crashes. I work there all the time. In fact, I think there's a member in the audience I've worked the crash she was involved in. But I am up there constantly with 18-wheelers flying over that hill and people pulling out from the Dollar General as well as Bruning Road, and the issue would be compounded by adding another outlet right there, especially with the subdivision in between Bruning Road and the Dollar General. I mean, it would be an exponential problem. I want to keep this short and sweet. So.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Anthony?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I had a question I was asking my wife on the way over here. Why do we have zoning? I mean, the reason we have zoning is to keep that particular area zoned for that particular reason. When people bought into this area or moved into this area, like the ladies talked before, they moved because not only the environment, but they thought they had some kind of safety issue. It was safe. They know they were protected from the zoning laws. So why do we have to change them? The zoning commission agreed 11-0 that they shouldn't be changed. Safety. We talked about that. Mr. Bazou, Mr. Andre Bazou, as a state trooper, talked about the number of cars and accidents they have there. If anybody's driven 437, I mean, they know. I don't know if you remember the license plate, or the bumper stickers that they used to sell, Pray for Me, I drive Lee Road. Yeah, well, it was a reason for that. How does this benefit the community? What does it do for us as a community to have this rezone? Is it going to put more food on our table? Is it make our property worth more? What is it going to do for us? When I asked Mr. Van Halen that question, he shrugged his nose. He's the only one that's going to benefit from this by making a profit. It's not going to benefit us at all. Trees. When they talk about oak trees, we're talking about City Park and Audubon Park oaks. We're not talking about little bitty skinny oak trees that somebody puts in their front yard. We're talking about giant oak trees. I have one on my property that must be 500 to 600 years old. That's the kind of trees we're talking about there. We're not just talking about little scrub oaks. These are big, beautiful trees. I don't know if you saw the video that my wife talked about earlier, the one that she sent to City Council. We had some trouble trying to formulate it because it was so big. But it's frightening. When she showed me that, it just, she was in the right place at the right time. But this happens all the time. They get deliveries there multiple times during the week. I can't say daily because I'm not sure. But I've seen those trucks come in and back up and hold traffic up. It's just a matter of time before someone gets injured, and no one wants that. And this is not going to help. This is not going to decrease the safety on those roads. It's going to make it more dangerous. I'm a physician. I've worked in emergency rooms, and I've worked wrecks. All right, I've worked accidents. And when you see one up close, when you're taking care of someone that's been hit or injured or on their last breath, then you know how serious accidents can be. And this road is very dangerous. With my 37 seconds left, thank you, gentlemen, I oppose this.
Thank you, sir. Okay. We had one more card, but it's only 30 seconds left, so we won't go there, and he did speak. So, Ms. Tanner?
I would like to make a motion to concur with the zoning for
Okay.
denial.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Tanner to concur with the planning and zoning denial. Mr. Jimmy Davis, second. Any questions? Seeing none, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Y'all drive safe. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you, sir. Number 6, Grant Cozine appealing the zoning commission denial on November 4th, 2020 to rezone 3.03 acres located on the east side of Beverly Drive, north of Lake Ramsey Road, Covington, from A-2 Suburban District to A-3 Suburban District, and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay, Ward 3, District 3. I know Jimmy's going to take care of that. Is Mr. Grant Cazone here? Grant? Come on up, sir. And Grant, you have, 10 minutes and then 3 minutes rebuttal if you choose to do that, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Last month when I was here, I didn't know what to expect, didn't know what to say or do. Never been through this before.
Yes, sir.
I have a little better feel for it this time. Feel like I need to give you guys my story of why I need to get this done. We've been through some serious, serious hardships. 4 years ago, my wife was diagnosed with leukemia. We've been fighting that. We don't have time to fight anything else, especially somebody trying to stop us from living on our property. I've got 2 little girls back there. We've been homeless pretty much since August, when we started this process. I need to get them back in their homes, back to the normal way of life, back in school. My wife needs to get back in our home. She needs to get on her medications, her treatments, and begin recovery. Everybody's had these big dreams of owning property, living on their property, raising their families. Mr. Joseph Scott's the only person that's opposed this. I have a petition with the signature of every single actual resident on Beverly Drive, north of Lake Ramsey Road. And I'd like to let everybody see this if you want. That's the signature of every single resident on the street. We've taken the time to meet with them, get to know them, and they all would like to see this happen. They want us to move onto that street. I have always wanted to build my own house. That's what Mr. Joseph Scott, neighboring property owner, is planning on doing as well. I can't do that. I have to live in my home while I'm doing that. He has the privilege, and he's probably blessed, that he has a home in Mandeville that he lives in. He's owned this 10 acres for 10 years. That's plenty of time for him to have built his dream. He's not even a resident of this street. We have an immediate need to get our home put on our property, to get back to a normal way of life. My kids have missed their birthdays, they've missed every holiday this year, and I don't want them to miss Christmas. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you do have about 7 minutes left. If someone else wants to come up, please.
How you doing?
I'm fine, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Rick Petrie.
Yes, sir.
I live at 76262 Carroll Drive, Covington, Louisiana, one block over from Beverly. The neighborhood is a mixed neighborhood. There is trailers and houses on both streets. It's been that way for 35 years that I've been living there. I don't see why this man's got to go through a hardship on his own because of one neighbor that don't want him on the street. And the guy don't even pay his taxes right, because how do you pay $43 for 10 acres of your tax? I got less land than that and I pay a lot more. So if you can tell me how, because he's got $43 for his taxes for 10 acres, how can he deny this man who works every day the right to move his house there? It's been mixed. Y'all made special provision for hardships for people to put their places there. This man here, his wife, has leukemia. And that's a hell. And I don't see why one man's gonna try to stand in the way of this man trying to make a home for his family. I don't know him that good. I met him a while back. He's a great guy. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time, sir. We have about 5 minutes left. Is there anyone else that would like to come up? Yes, ma'am, come on up.
My name's Jennifer Cosine. I'm the wife, the one with leukemia. I don't know what I can really say that he already said, but my daughter's back there. We really need to get into our home. There is no reason why we can't put our trailer there. The whole street is full of trailers, old, new. Our trailer is a 2014 model. We bought it in 2013. We have nowhere to put it. We can't stay in it where it is now, and we're gonna end up in a tent or in a car. And
Steve, excuse me. Shh. Please go ahead, ma'am.
that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that has anything to say on this side? Thank you. Yes, sir. Jerry, do me a favor. Y'all go in the back with it, okay?
Last month when we were here, Justice Scott had a representative stating that the reasons why they didn't want us there with our home next to their property was because he had $500,000 worth of buildings and improvements on his property. I've taken the due diligence, looked at the permits filed with St. Tammany. There's never been permits filed for that area under that name for any of those buildings or ponds or anything. If the property is assessed at $500,000, and we did a tax assessor search, nothing's right. He pays $43 a year on $500,000 worth of property improvements. So if his argument is that we're going to lower the property value, I don't see how that's possible. If he doesn't want to see a trailer, he can build a fence if he has that kind of money. I have no options. We spent everything we had to buy this property to move on to, and we have to move it, and we have nowhere else to move it to. I can show you this as well.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. All right, no one else? We'll go to the other side. Is it Trey? Trey?
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Trey Lape, attorney. My office address is 1966 North Highway 190, Suite B, Covington 70433. I'm here tonight on behalf of Mr. Joe Scott. I also was at the Planning and Zoning Committee on behalf of Mr. Joe Scott. It's unfortunate to have to come before you under emotional circumstances like this, but what I'm asking you to take note of, to consider, is the same question that Commissioner Bernie Willie asked at the Planning and Zoning Commissioner meeting was, is there a manufactured home overlay for this area? And the answer is no. There is not. Are there mobile homes on this street? Yes, there are some, disparately. The count, I don't have the count. There are more monolithic slab-on-grade homes in this area. And the point that the Planning and Zoning Commission considered was there is an upward trend in this area where you've got Penn Lakes in the near vicinity, you've got Lake Ramsey in the near vicinity. And I think what's also important to note that when Mr. Cozine purchased his property, Lot 16, in August 31, 2020, for $35,000 with his separate property, there was no manufactured home overlay in place at that time either. It wasn't there then and it wasn't there now. Any of the mobile homes that are in the area are grandfathered in prior to that. My client, Mr. Joe Scott, purchased Lot 17, which is approximately 3 acres directly to the south of the property purchased by Mr. Cozine, along with an additional 10 acres. He owns 13 acres total. He purchased that in 2010 for the sum of $160,000. I've been to his property. I can best describe it as for 10 years he's been manicuring 13 acres with the intention and the plan, and in the very near future, year, 2 years tops, of building what was described as a $500,000 residence. He has the additional lot where he has plans, I've seen the plans, to build a slab-on-grade home for his daughter in the $250,000 range. I did not represent to the Planning and Zoning Commission that there were those structures on the property at this time. There is a structure, there's an elaborate barn, there's an elaborate stocked fishing pond. He's been working for 10 years to build this. You know, I'm sorry for the family situation that the Cozines find themselves in. My client has a substantial piece of property to the north of that. He has not been approached by the Cozines about any kind of alternate accommodations. That just hasn't happened. I think if you look at the planning and zoning vote, it was nearly overwhelmingly denied, and the fact that there was no manufactured housing overlay in place when Mr. Cozine bought it, I think is the most significant factor that you have before tonight. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Other than that, I'm just presenting the facts.
Thank you, Trey. I have Ricky Parish. Is Ricky
Thank you.
here?
He spoke on
I'm sorry?
it. He spoke.
Okay, that was Ricky. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions for that? Anybody else? Trey, do you want to say anything else? That's it?
No, sir, Councilman. I
Oh,
think
thank you, sir. I appreciate it. We may have some questions. Thank you. Mr. Cozine, would you like to come up for 3 minutes, sir? And
Yes, sir. He's absolutely correct. I did purchase the property without a mobile home overlay. I'm your average Joe. Most of us, when we're looking at properties, I was in a hurry. I had very limited time to find something to put my home on. I knew people on this street. I have lots of customers. I do reconstruction work, renovation work. To me, when I buy a property that says no restrictions, that's what it means. No restrictions. As an average Joe looking at properties, to me, that's what it means. We don't know what a mobile home overlay was until I filed for permits to move. Properties don't come with mobile home overlays, is what he's suggesting. Yes, that's how I bought it. You have to apply for those, and that's what I did. That's just the way it goes. You have to apply for the mobile home overlay. Of course I bought a property without it, but that's what the zoning is for. I'm doing things the right way. And, that's it. I have an immediate need. His daughter's been raised. She's in college. I'm glad that he's building her a house. I need to finish raising mine. That's it.
thank you, sir. Okay. Anyone else on that side? Okay, Trey, would you like to come up for your 3 minutes, sir?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's just that simple.
Councilman Lorraine, thank you for the opportunity. But unless you have questions, I
understand.
I don't care to add anymore.
I appreciate it, so
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you very much. Okay, members of the council, let me say one thing. We sit here, we hear a lot of things, and I've heard a lot of things in 4 years, 5 years. Probably Mr. Stefansik's heard 100 times more.
But the hardest thing for the council member is an appeal. Because I have yet to hear an appeal that one side was absolutely right since I've been sitting here. And I've had to make some votes. So I just want everybody to know, and I'm not just speaking for me, I'm speaking for everybody that's sitting up here. It's a very tough decision. Very tough decision. I just wanted to say that in the beginning. Mr. Trey, would you come back up? Did I hear you mention something that your client would be willing to work with this family? Did I hear that?
I didn't say that, Councilman. What I said was he had not been approached about any type of accommodation, whether they were asking for something temporary while they built their home. That's new information to me.
Okay. Well, let me change the question then.
Yes, sir.
If they would approach your client, would he be willing to do something?
I don't know the answer to that, sir. I would say, as an attorney, I'd always recommend my client to listen and to be amicable, right? But what his actual position is to the question that hasn't been asked yet, I don't know that. I'm not in a position to say, what would he agree to? I don't know.
Okay.
But
Did your client drive down the street and see other mobile homes in the area?
my client is very familiar with the property. I've personally been there. There are other mobile homes in the area. It is a nice area. It is a street I'd be proud to live on. It's a very nice area.
Gotcha.
I would say that several of the other mobile homes that are there are substantial residences with, Bob Vila type garages that, you would be happy to spend your weekends in. So I don't know if that answers your question or
No,
not.
that answers my question, because that means that he realized there was mobile homes there, but he still went forward and decided to do what he did, bought the 13 acres, and is planning on putting a house there. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were mobile homes there when he purchased his 13 acres in 2010.
And
Yeah.
whether they, in my opinion, whether they were grandfathered or not, they were still there. How long would the grandfather last? Is 100 years? Somebody could pass it down from one part of the family to the other part of the family. So it wasn't like they're all going to disappear, I would assume, and be gone. So that's just some of the concerns that I have. And I understand your clients. I totally understand that.
Right.
And I totally understand the other side. So I'm going to go to Mr. Davis. Thank you, Trey. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Nice seeing you again, too. Thank you, sir. Mr. Davis?
Yes, Mr. Kuzan, could you please come up? Councilperson, Ms. Casabon. I only worked with her for 12 years on the planning and zoning. I actually conversed with her about this issue because I knew she wasn't going to be here because she's ill. I think it's her intention not to grant the mobile home overlay, manufactured housing overlay, because of the fact that it would set another precedent now, because if you start doing this again, then other people will be able to come in and put more mobile homes around the areas in which they have the larger homes. So it's unfortunate you bought the land and didn't know that you couldn't put a manufactured housing home on it until you got a new zoning change. The Planning and Zoning Commission about 11 years ago rezoned the entire parish. And when that came up, it came down as residential. Not with a mobile home overlay. We had to wait for that a couple of years later, and we came up with that, which is another, but it's an overlay on top of a zone. So she didn't want to go ahead and set another precedent and bring it back to an area in which, yes, there's mobile homes on it, and then maybe in the future, some of these mobile homes, when they deteriorate or they decide to leave or whatever, then stick-built homes will be built in this place. So she had actually discussed with me and said that she would like to concur with the planning zoning's denial of the manufacturing housing overlay, and I would too.
Thank you. Mr. Dean?
Yeah, I got a couple of statement and a couple of questions.
You go ahead, sir.
One is, for example, when a prospective developer he sees a piece of property and he wants to 50 acres and he wants to put a subdivision on it, he usually doesn't purchase that property. He puts an offer into the bank or whatever, and it's contingent upon what? The zoning change that he wants, right? This gentleman bought the property thinking that the proper steps were to buy the property and then go to the zoning commission and request a change. And I understand that. I mean, I get that. I mean, I think it's real unfortunate that had he had an attorney, they would have said, no, don't buy the property. Let's see if you can get a mobile home on it first. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Is Ross, I can't see since I'm stuck way over here in District 14. Hey, Ross. Can I ask you, may I ask?
Yes, sir.
Being a good councilman, I want to go through the chairman and ask.
Well, you're a gentleman and a scholar, Mr. Dean, but you go right ahead.
I'm trying to set a precedent. It ain't working. Anyway, Ross, when someone moves a trailer onto a piece of property, doesn't it come with a lot of regs, like you got to put the basic kind of skirt, dress it up? You just can't bring in a trashy trailer somewhere.
Sure, correct.
You could probably dress that up. I don't know. All right.
Is it on? All right. Yeah, I mean, there are several steps, just like any permit takes to get a manufactured home on a piece of property. So yeah, you have to put the skirt around it, you have to cut the tongue off, and you make it look like, as best you can, a structure that is going to remain on that property and in good form, and just kind of to conform to the area as much as possible. Yes. You're
Okay.
correct.
Okay, just one more question if I could, of the, I'm sorry, your name is?
Cozine,
Okay.
Grant Cozine.
All right. But when you if you were to bring your trailer onto the property, what kind of plans do you have to, for lack of a better word, dress it up or what?
Absolutely. I have plans to build a wraparound deck, put in a stocked pond. I'm going to have a botanical garden. We have big dreams. My wife has big dreams. That's why we're doing this. We are out of time. We're literally out of time. And, I mean, A2 zoning, you can have a single home on that property. When you take and you anchor a mobile home down and you remove the axles, it becomes an immovable property attached to the property. At that point, it becomes a single-family residence. I should not even have to go through the rezoning if you look at the wording of A2. I'm already allowed to put a single-family dwelling there. Once this is anchored to the property, hooked up to electric, well, water, septic, it becomes an immovable single-family dwelling. We shouldn't even have to do this.
Okay.
I've paid for all the permits. I've paid for all the fees, doing everything legally. Every department accepted my money and took my money. They could have told me I needed to do this first, but they didn't.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir, Mr.
I would just point out, if fine with you, the staff has no objection to this request. It's on 3 acres. And the way that it was determined and looked at, you won't, with the screening, everything that's out there, and the landscaping and the buffers, you won't see each other's properties.
No, it's 3 acres. I will not be anywhere near him. We don't want to be seen. We don't want to see anybody. We want to live the rest of our lives.
What does that mean?
We want to heal and do what she needs to do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Lyon. That's very good to know, and I appreciate that. Mr. T.J. Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'll be very brief. First of all, if you will, I'd like to ask the clerk how many signatures are on that petition that Mr. Cozine submitted.
I think, TJ, Mr. Cozone said everyone that was there. I don't know what the number was, but everyone that lives in that area.
Everyone that lives in that area.
We have the signature from every single resident except for 3 because no one was ever home.
Wow. with the size of the lots in that area, that's quite a few people.
Yes, sir.
But my second question has to do with, well, not question, observation has to do with the staff's recommendations and comments. It says this request complies with the site's comprehensive plan designation, and as such, they have no objection to the request that this family is making.
Yes, sir. I did submit plans as per planning asked me to draw up.
And so those two, that question that was answered and this observation that the staff made, and the zoning commission's wasn't a unanimous approval, and the circumstances surrounding this particular case. As the chairman stated, everything about it points to doing what's right in this particular case. I understand we have rules and regulations and things that we're trying to comply with, and we do comply with them. But at the end of the day, we've got to ask ourselves the question when we lay our head on the bed at night. Did I do the right thing by my neighbor? And these are our neighbors. We've heard their plight. How can we just turn a deaf ear to it? And I'll tell you, I cannot support the concurrence with the zoning commission's denial in lieu of those things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Very well said. Mr. Canula.
Yeah, I'm with TJ on this. Not one person from this area has shown up. Not one. Not even the one that wants it has not even bothered to show up. Must not be bothering them that bad, my personal opinion. You would think that if it was going to affect me, I would be there. I would be there with my lawyer if I had that kind of money, but I don't. It would just be me. So, I'm with TJ. I'm with you, dude. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Canula. Any other questions? Seeing none, I have one for, you can, I'm sorry. Is there another question?
Yeah, I do.
I'm sorry, Jake.
Yeah, sir,
Thank you.
I wasn't clear when you said that. I know you build houses or renovate houses.
I do renovations. I own my own business.
Are you planning on using the trailer as sort of temporary while you build a stick-built house on this property, or is that going to be your permanent residence there?
It's always been a plan of ours to have that temporary, even where it is now. We've always had plans on building. Where we are now, it didn't work. We've had a falling out with family. We're living on family property, and we have to go. And we finally found something, and we've submitted plans of what I want to do. We're going to build eventually when we can afford to. I don't have the luxuries of being able to build a $250,000 house tomorrow like Mr. Scott does. It's going to take me time.
Do you have an estimate of how much time? I mean,
It could take 5 years. He's been owning that property for 10 years and hasn't built yet.
That's my questions.
I mean, as soon as possible would be great.
Jake, that's it? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Cousin. I appreciate it. And Mr. Trey, could you go? I have just one more question.
Yes, sir.
In light of what Mr. Linder said a few minutes ago about, I hate to term it this way, but it is, dressing up the area, And in light of what Mr. Smith said, to me, it would be really nice if someone that has 13 acres is going to put a nice house there, okay? But also maybe could lend a hand and help someone dress that area up. And I know you can't answer the question, now I understand that. But once again, that's part of some of the issues that we have when we sit here and listen to some of these. It's nice if it's like anything else. It's nice if both sides could to agree a little bit and not be happy, but that seems like a nice idea too, but I know you can't, and I just wanted to say.
I
that,
don't
Trey.
disagree with that, Councilman Lorino, but that request hasn't even been made yet.
I understand, I understand.
And you
Well,
know,
maybe, should I make that request?
if
Or
you
try
wanted to
to?
postpone that and suggest to Councilwoman Casabon that
Uh-huh.
she facilitate such a discussion, we have no problem with that.
Uh-huh.
That there's a temporary term to this and there's the buffer in place, but, you know, my understanding as we come here today, that is not an option, not because my client hasn't suggested it, but because Mr. Cozine hasn't done
Well,
that.
it's not an option because of the system that we're dealing with. okay?
Agreed.
Okay.
But in my understanding of the manufactured housing overlay is that it was to get away from a conditional use permit type of situation. And to be honest, if I'm sympathetic. I'm here as an attorney representing a
I
client. I'm
understand
hearing
that.
all these very persuasive, you know, life circumstances. But if those circumstances weren't here, I don't think we would be having this level of discussion. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but that's just my take on things. And so then it puts the council in a situation, well, what comes up the next time to motivate you to make a change there? But if this council is inclined to suggest to postpone it, make a suggestion perhaps to Mr. Cozine and my client to get together and Ms. Casabon or Councilwoman Casabon or others to facilitate that, that's the neighborly thing to do. I mean, that's no problem there.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I thank you once again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any other questions? I think, Mr. Davis, you made a motion, and I didn't hear if it was a second.
Yes, it wasn't second.
There was no second at the time, so
Right.
I'm sorry, Mike, you raised your hand? Okay, Mr. Smith said he would second it. You want to move forward with that?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to to concur with the planning and zoning. Okay, please vote.
The motion fails with 4 yeas, 7 nays, and 3 absent.
Thank you. I would still suggest that if that's possible, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Okay, if you don't mind, members of the council, we'll go back to the first page. We won't start over again, but we'll go back to the first page. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, I need a motion to introduce to override. Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Mr. Canulette. Please vote. Yes, sir, did you want to say something?
Yes, I wanted to ask, what was the outcome?
You can have the trailer, sir.
I didn't understand.
Yes, sir, thank you. Did I say it wrong? No. I'm just going by what my young lady said. Did I say it wrong, Trey?
No, sir. My understanding is
didn't.
that the denial of the
The-
trailer
right.
effectively has failed, but
right.
the council hasn't taken any affirmative action yet.
Well, we just did. We made a motion to introduce it.
To overturn
Yes, sir.
the P and Z's
Yes, sir.
denial. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's done. Okay. All right.
We're still waiting on a couple of votes.
I'm sorry?
We're still waiting on some people to vote.
There was a motion to concur with the planning and zoning, and it did not pass. Okay?
I understand, but there's, Mr. Airy still hasn't voted.
Okay. Jake, did you want to say something? I can't hear you, brother.
I just want to know what exactly is this vote for? Is this vote to allow this?
There was a vote to concur with the planning and zoning denial of allowing that trailer to go there. And then the vote came up and that did not pass. Okay. Okay.
All right. The
All right.
motion passes with 9 yeas, 2 nays, and 3 absent.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Enjoy yourself, ma'am. Good luck. Okay, we're going to go to. Yeah, we did that. Yeah. Well, you were doing the other one.
No.
Okay.
We need an ordinance now.
Okay. All right.
We need an ordinance now.
Okay. Mr. T.J. Smith made a motion for the ordinance to be introduced, and Mr. Stefanczyk seconded. Please vote on the.
You don't need to vote.
No vote on it. No vote on it. Okay. All right, let's go to special items. We're going to go to number 1, ordinance calendar number 6490, ordinance to adopt the 2021 operating budget. Ms. Leslie Long.
Yes, sir. Before you is the operating budget, which was introduced at October 1st. You held a public meeting on November 5th, and then you held a Finance Committee meeting on November 9th and 12th, where you heard from both myself on behalf of all the departments, and then from the outside agencies on the 12th to explain their budgets and answer your questions. And so we're asking that you adopt the budget tonight for the 2021 operating, and then also the second item is for the capital budget.
Okay. And so that is the ordinance, the budget as the administration is prepared, and we all reviewed and discussed at this present time. We have, what I'm going to do is I'm going to call on Mr. Carlo. Mr. Carlo?
Thank you. Are there any amendments that are going to be proposed?
There will be, but I'm going to let you go ahead, and I don't think you'll really be interested in those, but you go right ahead.
I would be interested, actually,
you can come raise your hand, and we'll bring you back up.
Thank you. Thank you. I will be discussing the revenues dealing with fees, charges, and commissions. We're talking about the operating budget here. In Chapter 2, Administration, Article 17, Parish Fees, Division 3, Development, Subdivision 3, Zoning and Associated Fees, Section 2-709, Zoning Charges, the Parish Council during 2020, I estimate, waived 6,862 zoning fees. The zoning fees in this section have remained the same for at least 20 years and possibly much longer. The online information regarding Parish Council action begins in January of 2004. I have been attending these meetings since the year 2000, and I do not believe there have been any changes to the zoning fees. I believe the parish should review all parish fees and service charges that have not been adjusted recently to determine if modifications are warranted. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Okay, Mr. Carlos had his, and Ms. Long made her presentation. I'm going to go to Mr. Jerry Bender, and Jerry's been working, and I must say before he gets started that Jerry has been working on these possible amendments to the budget for about 3 days, just about 24 hours a day. And so, Jerry, I just want to say on behalf of the council, thank you very much, and we appreciate it.
Quite welcome.
So the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have to add to that, to be fair. Virtually all of our council colleagues have been involved through phone calls, text messages, emails. So the chairman, I think, rightfully considered having one person try to focus on these amendments. But I do need to give credit to the entire council and you, Mr. Chairman, for your involvement and everyone's involvement, okay? Because I think we're going to see very positive amendments that will deal with roads, traffics, drainage, in really every area of the parish, from east to west, north rural areas, and central. So this is available funds that we simply need to bear with me, so we go through the process, the legal process, to put them in an amendment form, and we'll move on from there. So let me start with this. And by the way, I also want to thank our staff for operating very, very efficiently and quickly to put this in a typewritten format. So thank you very much. Okay, so the item is the item 6490, as Mr. Lorino read, which refers to our operating budget. The operating budget contains within it an item called 100-Public Works Fund. And that is the fund that contains the our Sales Tax District 3 revenue and the appropriate expenditures that go with that revenue. So the first item I need to make everyone aware of is under revenues, sales tax for capital. Currently, that number is $9 million. Because we're going to attempt through an amendment and a vote at some point to increase the amount of capital projects that we will put in the hopper for 2021. Some of them will be eligible for a significant match. Some of them will be our cost, but there's a lot of opportunity here. In many of the bigger ones, it just starts the process for doing everything we need to do, design engineering, and letting everyone know at the RPC that we're serious about moving forward with these. So, but we have to start sometime. If we don't start now, then we're going to be looking at these much longer down the road. So that $9 million, we're proposing a change to $16,769,585. That is the increase that you'll see later in the capital road projects, the extra capital road projects that we're going to offer an amendment on. It brings net revenues from $36,016,258 to $28,246,673. Moving down to revenue over under expenditures, currently in the budget is listed $4,942,980 in revenue over expenditures, and we're offering later an amendment for that to be $2,826,604, which is a decrease again because we're proposing additional capital projects. The ending available fund balance is $19,469,238 currently that we have available in there. With an approval on this, those capital projects that we're submitting would bring the ending fund balance down to $11,699,653. Still a healthy sum. From there, we move to, and legally, I've been told that I have to read each one of these items. So there are multiple items, and you'll hear me read an item, and I'll put an appropriate cost verbally to it. All of this will be, it's all typewritten. It'll be turned over after we move through this process tonight to our very able Finance Department and our Director of Finance and the administration side to prepare for a future vote on adoption. Tonight would be for introduction purposes to amend the current budget as proposed. So that is under Section 1 of the Capital Improvement Infrastructure. And the first item is US 190B, known as Shortcut Highway at Nellie Drive intersection modification. St. Tammany Parish cost $123,750. The second item is ramp and Lindbergh Drive extension. St. Tammany Parish cost would be $206,250. Item 3 is US 190B, Shortcut Highway, eastbound advanced left turn lane at I-10 westbound off and on ramps. And that is parish cost of $90,750. The next item is I-10 eastbound off-ramp capacity improvements and auxiliary lane between the I-10 eastbound off-ramp and Brookta Road. That amount is, for the parish, $125,400. And I'll say again, this is a lower amount because we're very hopeful for an 80% match by moving forward with these projects that have already been studied. All studies are done on these. The next item is US Highway 190B, Shortcut Highway, westbound advanced left turn lane and right turn lane at I-10 eastbound off-ramps. That amount would be $120,450. The next item would be US 190B, Shortcut Highway at Hoover Drive, a roundabout and corridor improvements between I-10 East, Service Road, and Hoover Drive. The St. Tammany Parish cost would be $1,023,000. The next item is left turn lane installation along I-10 East Service Road at Law Street, and that cost would be $255,750. The next is Hoover Drive at Law Street intersection improvements, and that is $105,600. The next item is improvements at US 190 Gauze Boulevard, eastbound corridor, and that amount is $28,050. The next item is improvements near I-10 eastbound off-ramp at East Gauze Boulevard. And this is an important, significant improvement, including $50,000 that's left to be allocated for completing the final segments of the study. The total St. Tammany Parish cost is $985,385. The next item is number 12, which is Cedar Street, and this is in the west. Cedar Street Extension and Highway 22 roundabout. St. Tammany Parish cost would be $1,050,000. The next item is Highway 1077 roundabout at Oshner Extension Road, and the St. Tammany Parish cost would be $660,000. The next item, 14, is Highway 1077 roundabout. We know that in studies done in 2015 and 2017, a second roundabout was recommended in the study. So we're listing it as Highway 1077 roundabout, and we could add exact location to be determined based on reviewing the studies. $1,050,000. Again, with these roundabouts in particular at Fremont and in the west, these costs are reduced to St. Tammany Parish because of our desire and trying to be aggressive in seeking the 80% match. You can imagine what this cost would be without it. And the next item is item 15, a transportation program management for 2021, which would be in RFP format of $110,000. The next item, and these are in the north and central parts of our parish. The next item, 16, is one of our longer roads in the parish, $1 Million Road. And that St. Tammany Parish construction cost amount would be $1,600,000. The next item would be Chris Kennedy Road Bridge, rebuilding it to meet state and federal codes and standards. I'm told, and I'm familiar with that road, even though it's not in my district, that that bridge has been shut down, a minimal amount of rebuilding done in the past was fine, but the state standards and the federal standards increased. And the state now has no longer allowed our school buses to use this bridge or any type of heavy truck equipment. And I'm told by the councilman for that area that these school buses are making up to a 4-mile hike in a different direction to get where they want to go if they could move over the bridge. And of course, that's important. And of course, moving heavy equipment is also important. So obviously, the state has shut this down for good cause, for safety. That would be $750,000. The next is another long road in the parish in more of the central area, and that is Laurent Road. It goes through multiple districts, which most of these do, including all of the ones that I mentioned earlier. They virtually go through every district, and they certainly all will provide traffic and road and drainage benefits to everyone who uses any of these roadways. That is $250,000. A lot of money has already been spent to improve and is allocated to this long road. It needed another $250,000. And finally, in number 19 is a drainage study in District 7. I've been told the particulars on that. It is a long-term subdivision that has a substantial problem due to the over time, the layout of what it's next to, how the system for drainage is in place to handle this subdivision. And with a small amount of rainfall, I'm told that literally people cannot get out. Now, this requires a drainage study, and the councilman for that area certainly agrees with that, as opposed to putting funds towards what would need to be done in the way of road improvements until we get the study completed. And that study would be $140,000. Those are the list of the amendments. And At this point, Mr. Chairman, I believe the course that we need to take would be a couple of amendments. The first would be an amendment to amend the budget to allocate funds from the operating budget in item 100, Public Works Fund, into Section 1, Capital Improvements Infrastructure, moving it from ordinance calendar number 6490 of the budget ordinance to ordinance calendar number 6491 as outlined and verbally offered, but in documentation included in all of these written amendments.
Okay, is that your motion, Mr. Bender?
Yes, sir. I'll make that motion.
Okay, Mr. Dean, second that motion. Do you have, should there be a number, a total dollar amount number, or it's okay like that? That's just for my.
It is on the,
Okay, you have it there then?
yes, sir. I will, because they had to be introduced individually, okay?
Okay.
I can give you.
As long as you have it on there, that's all.
Oh, no, we have each cost on
that's
there.
fine. Okay.
And it's just a matter of a calculation.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we had a motion by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Dean. Is there any questions from the council?
And Mr. Chairman, if I could, and I'll let you rule on this, because I don't want to step over the parish president.
No, you go ahead. This is council first.
No, Mr. Parish President.
Mike?
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'll withdraw my comment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Yes,
for
sir.
that amendment?
Yes, sir.
And,
But I have another amendment that needs to be offered with this, Mr. Chairman.
okay, well, I thought you were getting ready to take a vote.
No.
I wanted to say a few words before a vote.
No.
No. Mm-mm. So,
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on one second. Carlo, I'm going to let Mr. Bender go, and if you want to come comment, you're more than welcome, like I said, okay? Go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, and so that's simply a motion and a second.
Okay.
And the next motion would be to refer that money to item number, I think I'm correct on this. Is that Carlin? Carlin, should we vote on that amendment first?
You need a motion for the first one, you need a motion, a second, a vote, and a motion, a second.
Okay, so, Mr. Chairman, and also to our parish president, one of our assistant council administrators, we don't do this often, has informed me that on this amendment, we'll need a motion and a second and a vote on the amendment. And then I will be reading, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Parish President, the amendment to, the motion to accept it into the capital project fund, which is 6491.
Gotcha. Okay, so we had a motion by you and a second by Mr. Dean, and then I'm going to go to President Cooper.
Yes.
Before we vote, Mike.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to go to Carlo if he has.
Thank you, Carl. Yes.
Give him the speaker. I'm sorry. Get opinions on it before we vote.
Members of the council, I can't say that I wasn't given a heads up that there may be a couple of budget amendments to the proposed budget that's been submitted to you, that you just a minute ago recognized how hard our CFO, our finance department, all of our directors worked, as well as myself, to provide a budget for 2021, both operating and capital, with the uncertainties in mind of next year, is $124,500,000 budget, which is about 2% less than what the budget was proposed in 2019 for 2020. This budget also recognizes the district road capital projects that are normally provided each and every year at $7 million for the district road projects. And the number that you mentioned earlier was $9 million. That's because of the $2 million for the parish-wide projects, which normally include the state highways, the larger projects that go from district to district, and affect more than the district road projects. The amendments that I've heard and that others have heard, I can tell you that I have not seen this. The administration has not seen this. The finance department has not seen this amendment, these amendments. This is not an amendment at the last hour of adopting our budget. This is an entirely new budget with capital projects that involve our parish engineer and other departments in parish government so that we can determine when to put these projects out. We know that these are worthwhile projects. As you listed them, I know those projects. In fact, the Chris Kennedy Road Bridge, we have money in this year's budget to do the engineering for that bridge. The other projects, yes, I know that studies have been done by RPC, but we plan to put those out in a timely fashion so that we're not clearing out the fund balances that we have, the funds that are in Sales Tax District 3 to the tune of $7.76 million, over and above the $9 million. Why is this being brought up at this time of the year, at the time of adoption of this budget, during this pandemic, with uncertainties in it ahead? This, to me, is fiscally irresponsible and reckless. We have a 5-year capital budget. Are any of these projects in the 5-year capital budget? I haven't had time to review that. We have projects that are in the capital budget that we've determined and that you all have adopted as a planning guide for these projects. Not that new projects can be put in, but that should be put in a timely fashion. We have a drainage millage continuation on the ballot for March 20th of next year. You want to take $7.7 million out of our Sales Tax District 3 that can be used for drainage. What if this sales tax continuation isn't passed? You want to allocate all of this money now because you don't want to show a fund balance? You want to take most of the money out of these accounts right now for some reason? We have a fiscal challenge that you all are more familiar with than I am because you were here most of you were here during the previous administration when the sales tax failed 3 times. And we're dealing with that fiscal challenge right now. And we're going to have to go to the public and tell them why we have a fiscal challenge, but we're going to take $7.7 million out of a fund to start scheduling all these projects without knowledge of the administration, the CFO, the parish engineer? Is this fiscally responsible? I don't believe so. Last night we had a revenue review committee. The revenue committee that was formed by myself, Councilman Lorino, Councilman Toledano, with the affirmation of the parish council, made up of representatives of the other governmental entities that receive money from the parish and may be forced, when the money runs out, to not be funded at the proper level. And we had members of the Chamber of Commerce, other entities that are interested in helping us solve this, the fiscal challenge. And they had an outline of the different fund balances and the different funds in our budget, and we discussed for about an hour what we may do to solve this fiscal challenge. We didn't get into too many details, but many suggestions were made as far as we need to, before we even entertain going to the public, to see what we have now, what our expenses are, what our revenues are, what's in our fund balances, and what we might be able to do to show the public that we're doing everything we can to use our money wisely, efficiently, to serve the needs of our citizens. And putting this out right now is at the last minute, without review from the administration, I know I've mentioned this. We are in a pandemic with uncertainties. And that's why the budget that was submitted took that in consideration. I can read the budget message again, but I'll ask you all to read it before you vote on this. I know this is only for introduction, and I'll have this opportunity again to stand before you and let you know how fiscally irresponsible and reckless this is. And I know the public is watching this right now, your constituents, my constituents, and are thinking, what are they doing? Why are they amending $124,549,521 budget with another? Of course, I just heard the first amendment. I didn't hear the second one yet. Why is this being done at this time? Like you said, it's never been done before. You're not used to this. Is it being done for other reasons? Because I haven't had an opportunity to look at this. Wouldn't you think that the administration, the CFO, the parish engineer, has the parish engineer completed the CWRFs? Is that the form? CPRFs? The forms that are submitted with budget amendments to show the validation of the project? The projects of the scope that you're speaking about comes under the parish-wide jurisdiction, right? Isn't that how it's worked? So you're taking on the reins of the parish-wide projects now without consulting and going in the back door at the 11th hour? This is irresponsible. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I have one, Mike. I just wanted to be clear. We're not adding any money to the budget, okay? This money that's being moved is sitting in an account that has a fund balance. So the money's in your original total. Let me finish now. And so we're not all we're doing is possibly moving that money from the fund balance to allow these projects to get on board and to start moving, which will help everybody in St. Tammany Parish, okay? But we're not taking money from another fund and putting it in here to do this. This is in our roads and drainage money that we collect for roads and drainage.
Oh, I know where it's coming
Okay,
from.
well,
I wasn't confused about that, sir.
Well, I wanted to make sure the public wasn't confused when you had your total number of the actual budget, and then you started talking about it, and I had the feeling that it could be perceived as we were adding money to that in some way, but we're not. All we're doing is moving some money if that is the case, but that's why we're talking. And so I just wanted, that's all I had to say.
Well, my clarification on that is, by dedicating the money that's in the fund balance, you're adding another $7.7 million to the $124 million.
Incorrect.
Which makes it a $130 million budget.
No,
That's absolutely incorrect.
Is that correct?
Nope.
no.
And the $124 million that President Cooper is referring to is the expenditure budget.
Right.
So when you do add projects, it does increase the expenditure budget, the amount allowed for expenditure. So the 124 is the expenditure budget, and it will go up by the $7.8 million.
Gotcha, okay.
From the fund balance, as you described.
From the fund balance that we described, not from another area of the budget at all, from the fund balance within the roads and drainage.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. You're taking the $9 million that's already dedicated, which was normally $11 million. I cut it by $2 million, which was out of the parish-wide.
Got it.
And adding another $7.7 million to that.
Right. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Mr. Canulet, you had one?
No, just,
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't mind, since, and I have no fault with the parish president for looking at me 95% of the time as he was speaking. I take no ill intent on that, okay? And I support this amendment. I want to be clear about that before I start speaking. Mr. Parish President, I was asked by our chairman so that one council member who's had experience with budgets would put this together, okay? But I'd like to, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, and my colleagues, make a few answers because, unfortunately, there are some misrepresentations, in my opinion, and I think my colleagues are going to agree when they finish hearing this, that are being opposed by the administration side, the parish president, out to the public. They're total misrepresentations, okay? So, for example, by the budget that was presented, and let's go back to what is the administration's role and what is the parish council's role as the legislative body. The administration had months to propose a budget. The council has weeks to review this entire budget. And if someone has the book in front of them, we can raise it up and show it's in a neighborhood, I think, of about 300 pages, okay? In reviewing everything, we're not taking fault with the budget. I've never heard any council member say that. However, let's be clear about one thing. It's the legislature's role to receive the budget after it's presented by the administration, to review the budget in a short period of time that we have to review the budget. You want to talk about a short period of time? Weeks for 14 of us to review it with our staff. And then the law says adopt, amend and adopt, or deny it. We have the power to deny the whole budget. That's not what we're doing. We're not decimating this budget. And let's talk about the facts of why. I'm not going to put Ms. Long in the position of having to clarify this unless she wants to, but I will tell you this. In the budget is a beginning fund balance in Sales Tax District 3. Let's be very clear about this. the citizens voted on Sales Tax District 3 twice, in 1985-86, to dedicate the 2-cent Sales Tax District 3 tax to repairing and keeping improved the roads and ancillary drainage in St. Tammany Parish. I was here in 1985. My home, I've been in the same home since 1976. I remember the police jury was having to lay people off because they couldn't do the road work. The people responded, they did it, they dedicated it, and I can tell you this, through all the administrations that we've served under, and back to the police jury days once this was done, our roads and streets do not look like, excuse me for saying this, pieces of our city neighbor to the South Shore. We've all driven through them. I know they're trying their best, but we're also trying our best, and our best has been good roads. However, traffic demands change. Roadway demands change. Look at the traffic in the west. This is 3 roundabouts. And so the council knows, the chairman, in consulting with Mr. Dean, whose district it's in, concurred and was a part of this on behalf of all of us in the council. That's why we have a chairman. Our vice chairman was involved too until he became ill. Other council members have spoken to me, and other council members have attended informational meetings to learn as much as we can, considering that many of our council members have full-time jobs. It's considered a part-time job. But we put in the time we need for the people of this parish because we're reward-driven. So the beginning fund balance in Sales Tax District 3, over and above needed expenditures in this budget, beginning, is $27,643,491. $27 million. And we're talking about, from that, and I agree with Ms. Long and the administration, it says in the budget, less minimum fund balance policy of 3 months of gross revenue. That is subtracted as a good accounting measure for safety purposes during the situation we're in with COVID. But let's be clear to the public. We all know this. We receive the monthly revenue calculations on Sales Tax District 3, other revenue producing areas like animal services that are dedicated, the cities and towns in this parish that are dedicated, and St. Tammany Parish has been totally healthy financially in sales tax revenue in all of these areas this year. A hiccup during that April, May part of the original COVID, but we've watched it closely. I don't blame the parish president for his views, but one of us, and because the chairman asked me to handle the research, the combination of everything that all of these council members have been involved in. It's not one person, it's not 2 people or 3 people. Most every one of these council members I'm looking at has been involved in one way, shape, or another, attending meetings and so forth, so that we could be prepared in this several week, what I call an open enrollment window. This is our window. This is an opportunity for the 14 council people that the people have voted for, and by the Home Rule Charter, to accept the presented budget, take time to review it, look at everything. So when we look at $27,643,000 that's sitting available in Sales Tax District 3, fund balance, and we remove good accounting practices, $13,117,233 as the rainy day fund in Sales Tax District 3 that deals with COVID, that deals with other issues. That's $13 million that we're not in any way saying is going to be touched. Everything I read on behalf of all of my colleagues to have one speaker, none of that's being touched. So the ending fund balance after the safety net of 13 million is still 19 million, almost $19,500,000. We're talking about 90% of these projects that I read, and my council members all know this. Make sure everyone knows this. They've attended meetings, been on phone conversations, etc. You're talking about a roundabout that with an 80% match comes down to $1 million on Highway 1077, which we've heard a lot of people talk about they want. Without that 80% match, which is available under this, and the studies have been done in 2015 and 2017 in St. Tammany Parish, that roundabout comes down to $1,600,000+. Without that 80%, we would be talking about $3 to $4 million per roundabout. This isn't fiscally irresponsible. It would be fiscally irresponsible to not try to get the 80% match. And what have the people who know the RPC the best told us? And by the way, we have members, 2 members that are on the RPC, in addition to the parish president. They do a good job. One of our RPC members has represented this council in the RPC as long as I've been on this council, which began in 2014, coming from the Slidell City Council. That's Councilman Stefanczyk. He is very, very well versed in the RPC and the formats involved. And I know Mr. Airy, correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, you're our other representative. No, who's our other, Mr. Loreno, I apologize. Mr. Loreno's had, 4 or 5 years on it, in a constant involved in there. We've also talked to entities that know it very well also, and we have other representatives. Who would want to spend roundabout money and this other money for J-turn lanes and off-ramp at East Gauze, which is tremendously needed? Ask Mr. Smith and Mr. Airy and Mr. Canulet, who's got the other side of the road on East Gauze, or anybody that travels it. If we can get that 80% match by putting forth 20% encouragement money, we save $3 million per roundabout. That's fiscally responsible. So even with removing this $7 million, and remember all the projects that I read on behalf of the council, we still have, with the $13 million in safety funds, rainy day funds, on a side, we still have $11,700,000 in the fund balance for other roads. Sales Tax District 3 is dedicated road sales tax funds. When it went up for renewal, Ms. Long might remember, I think it's about 6 years ago or so, and it was passed again by the public as a renewal. What year? 2008, 12 years ago. It was for roads and the ancillary drainage again. And the people resoundingly said, yes, we want to continue on that dedicated path. We're simply doing the work of the people. Look, we want to work with the administration, and they presented us the budget. They did their job. I'm simply saying that an amendment is simply the council's turn to look at the entire budget. None of us has said we think the budget has been prepared improperly. But to say we're being fiscally irresponsible for spending $7 million of the people's money and leaving $13 million in a minimum fund balance for 3 months of gross revenue for safety, good accounting purposes, and another $11,700,000 still in there, that's $25 million that's still in it. That's sitting in the bank. We're taking $7 million and trying to start processes, and none of this is going to occur. And 90% of what I've read is not going to occur in 2021. Let me tell you what we've been told, and five of us were at a meeting. They can all tell you they heard the same thing. If we approve this in this budget, and I said if, this is simply introduction of an amendment. Experts have told us, and people familiar with RPC have told us, the earliest that they can even get an application in the current year that that application would be applied to at best is 2023. Not 2021, not 2022, maybe 2023, maybe 2024. This is no rush to judgment. This is not wiping out engineering, wiping out the administration's ability to be involved. They're members of RPC. Now, what has to occur also with that, and what's in here? These funds have money for design engineering. You know what we've told? The average, and everybody can shake their head yes, that heard it at the meeting. The average length of time for design engineering alone is 18 months. Anybody at those meetings heard that time period? Yep. No shovels hitting the ground. This is projects that need design engineering. Our engineering department will be involved in that. There's no amendment to remove them from it. But then we're told the only way that a parish is taken seriously is if they get their request for the 80% match in the hopper. Our former colleague, Councilwoman Blanchard, took a hold of this in her last term, I think the last year of her last term, and got this moving. And Councilman Airy and Councilman Smith and the rest of us from the East met for a meeting. Mr. Lorino and I met for a meeting because the West was interested in this. And we gathered as much as information as we could in the several weeks we have to review the budget and make an amendment. I mean, Mr. Parish President, you're saying you weren't notified. Some of these projects have been presented to you by other entities, okay, without our knowledge. And as I said, Ms. Blanchard started on it last year. RPC has talked about the Fremo project since early this year. And but we discussed, was it discussed with us? We simply went out to learn how we can give the people some of the money, which was $27 million sitting in the bank, and allow their cars to have better traffic, not less traffic, not more, at some point in the future. To have some better drainage with those roads at some point in the future, and to have better access to their shopping, to taking kids to school, to going to work, etc., over a several-year process. Now, we do nothing, guess what? We wait until next year at this time to have our next open enrollment as a council to then review it. This is the people's money. And I believe in the fact that Ms. Long has 13 million listed as the minimum fund balance that should be there, and yet we wind up with an ending fund balance of 19 million, including the 13 million. So I'm going to stop there. I just want to be clear to the public as a whole and to be fair to the parish president, because I know he was not happy, but at the same time, let me say this, I respect his right to give us his opinions. I'm not angry. I'm taking this time to let every council member who already knows a good bit of this and our parish president to hear the whole picture here, our citizens to hear the whole picture here, not so that citizens can go, oh, parish president is fiscally responsible. That's what we just heard. But the parish council is not. No, excuse me. If I got $30,000 in the bank and I want to go take $5,000 out and put it to my family who's worked hard to get it there, that's what our citizens are. That's our customers. They've worked hard to pay the sales tax over the years to get this thing up to $27 million. And it's still going to be sitting on $11,700,000 with some of their money in the bank going to critical road drainage and traffic improvements. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bender. Is there any other council member that has anything? Mr. Canulet?
Yeah, I got a little something.
You go ahead, sir.
I'm kind of touched on with Jerry. I believe this council, we haven't changed or increased our budget in how many years, Jerry?
A number, and we've expressed good leadership and continue to, because we've left ourselves, excuse me, Mr. Canulet, one comment, we have not given ourselves any pay increases. That's appropriate leadership.
That's right, that's correct. And that's where I'm going with this. This council, we have been extremely fiscal. You should go back and look at the numbers. If you want to compare your office numbers to our numbers, I'm more than happy, because ours is always pretty much the same. But here it is in a simplify this, because it's a lot of stuff. So if I went to a citizen and said, look, if you give me 20 bucks, I'll give you 80, and we'll have a total of $100 to go out, how many of them are going to sit there and say, I don't want that deal? That's a bad deal. It's not a bad deal. This should have been done, to be truthful with you, before, okay? But we're not waiting around. It's time to move on this stuff. It's time to get the match while the match exists. This isn't hurting the budget. To be perfectly honest with you, we shouldn't have $27 million fund balances because we're government. Government is not supposed to have that excessive amount of money. We're supposed to spend our money. We're supposed to be in a range. We're not supposed to have 3 times what we do in a rainy day fund almost. Our rainy day fund is a 13, you said? 13?
Yes.
We got double that. That's too much. We need to put this money in commerce. And when we have people working here, well, guess what? That brings in tax dollars too. We get in gasoline tax, lunches, supplies. It's more than just, this is not fiscal irresponsible. What's irresponsible is doing nothing. That's what's irresponsible.
Mr. President.
Thank you. If I said that these projects were not worthwhile projects, I apologize. Each and every one is a worthwhile project. We've had some worthwhile projects come through all year this year. In fact, there's one on the budget this evening for the 3 roundabouts on Highway 190 West in the Slidell area, an RPC project that went through the process. That's one project on the agenda as a budget amendment to move that project forward. What I find that this was presented tonight, I still haven't seen the budget amendment in writing. Neither has the CFO, the parish engineer, and others in the administration, that we did not have a part of this. At this last moment, to present this in a budget, and I know you had no disrespect or no discredit for this budget, but an amendment at this point, and I'll let the CFO, Leslie Long, tell you what it does as opposed to being a separate amendment. You know, what we've done this year, we've had budget amendments each and every month, whether it be local road projects or RPC projects like the one tonight, in a staggered fashion. As a need arose, we presented it project by project. Public Works reviewed it, parish engineer reviewed it, filled out the form, the justification. It went to finance. It went through all the departments, went to procurement, and went through all the processes. You would submit it as budget amendments, and they were approved in a staggered fashion. My argument tonight is, in dissatisfaction, is that without any notice to the administration, we haven't had time to review this. Absolutely. I love seeing public works projects and infrastructure projects. And those are worthy projects. But let's present them one at a time for the next 12 months, or even 2 at a time, so that they can be staggered, reviewed, the money dedicated as needed. You don't need to budget the entire project now if only you need engineering, just like the Chris Kennedy Road. That's why I'm looking at you, because the Chris Kennedy Road, Councilman Bender.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what we do. We budgeted engineering in this budget, and we budgeted construction of projects that have already been engineered in this budget. We have projects that are under the design right now that are not funded. The Harrison Avenue between US Highway 190 and Highway 59. Harrison Avenue is being designed right now. It's about a $20 million project. We don't have a funding source for it yet. Some of this money could have been used for that as a match. We're seeking funding for that, but it's being designed now. And some of this money could be used for that. The extension of Emerald Forest Boulevard, that's in the design, early conceptual design and environmental, early stages. But it's going to need a funding source. These are already being designed. I understand the projects you're talking about. I'm familiar with them. But let's do them in a staggered fashion. That's what I mean by being fiscally prudent. That's what I mean by being fiscally prudent. Those are all great projects. But I haven't had a chance to look at them. Don't you think the administration, the parish president, the CFO, so that we can manage these, verify the numbers that you have, verify the sources from RPC? RPC is not going to fund all these in 1 year. I agree. But if you're dedicating the money in that, why dedicate it all now? Let's stagger it, just like we do everything else. Just like we staggered this budget, just like every other budget that's been presented as far back as I can review. They've been staggered amendments each and every year after the initial budget has been presented. Leslie, what, if I may I ask Leslie?
You can ask, and then I have a closing comment.
Okay, sir. Leslie, what's involved in the next stage, as you've done in the past, once this budget is adopted, and how have you recommended that any future amendments be made to this budget, including tonight? What is, in the benefit of you and your office?
Yeah, so certainly in prior years and in this year, the preference would be to do a ordinance to amend the budget, to adopt the budget tonight and to do an ordinance to amend the budget. That's what we've done in prior years, and that would be, from a finance department standpoint, we would like to get started on the budget, have it loaded into the system so that we can get ready for January 1st. Today is December 3rd, and we have a short period of time between now and the end of the year, considering holidays, and to finish out the year end and to get ready for the beginning of 2021. So that would be our preference. As President Cooper mentioned, the process for capital projects is normally for the Department of Engineering or Public Works to present those in what we call a capital project request form, where they provide all the information necessary with a description of the project, a project budget, a detailed cost estimate attached, sometimes probable cost from an engineer, so that we can validate that we are putting together a budget that is sufficient so that when we do go out to bid, that we have the funds necessary to place that to bid, because we're taking the time of a lot of consultants and contractors to put together their bids. So we want to make sure that we have that funding available, and that's also required by law, to have the budget available that we're going to place something for bid. So if possible, I would appreciate that the budget be adopted tonight, and that an amendment or an ordinance to amend would be the method to amend the budget.
Thank you, Ms. Long.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
for acknowledging that. I know she was asked before, and that's what she stated to the council. I fully support that and respectfully ask that any budget amendments to this budget be done in that process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let me say a couple of things, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
As Mr. Bender said, we received a budget, and it's our job to look at it. And then that's when we started looking, and we saw the balances, okay? Then that's when we thought that money is dedicated, cannot be used anywhere else. Last night on the call that you mentioned earlier, that fund balance was brought up as a possibility of balancing our budget. At that time, I didn't respond, neither did you, okay? But at that meeting, we left there, and some of those people that night, and this was done long before that meeting, walked away and said, there's 27 million, they need 12. And there's some smart people, much smarter than I on there. All of those people probably sat down and drank a cup of coffee this morning and said, we just solved the budget. Okay? That's one. Number two, this is the people's budget, okay? And this is the people's funds. And we're not taking this and we're not doing anything other than giving them great roads, safe roads, and drainage, okay? And I agree with you, yes, But I did mention to you, you and I talked this week at the beginning of the week, and I mentioned to you, I said, there will be amendments coming to the budget, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Okay. And I also said, I don't have them yet.
Yes, you did. You
Okay?
said that.
I want to be perfectly clear, okay? So, bottom line for me, Mr. President, and that lady there, I respect way above. And I understand what she's saying. But if I asked her a question right now that said, if we decide to amend it tonight, it will not stop us from having our budget ready to go on January 1st. I know that because I know that lady, okay? I'm not asking her to answer. I know for a fact. But you know what concerns me? And as you know, you and I talk, and I say what I need to say. The bottom line for me is, I'm concerned that maybe if we don't do this tonight, and we come in for another budget, maybe it won't be approved. Maybe you'll veto it, maybe you do this, maybe you do that, okay? That bothers me. because I know what the members of this council want to have and try to do for their people. So that's why I'm leaning to moving it forward, okay? But I'm gonna let you finish, and then we're gonna shut this down to somebody who likes to say, call a question. But, so that's my concern, those two. I know we'll have a budget on January 1st moving forward, because I know that lady sitting in that green dress. Number two, I'm concerned that if we don't do it, it doesn't get done. And if it doesn't get done, then we build that fund up again, and then you and I and everybody else is going to be sitting in that room explaining to everybody why we can't move this money and use it and do this and that. Because they're looking at a dollar sign. They're not looking at the bad roads that they won't receive if we do that. So I believe this council is very, very, very diligent in doing this. It may not sound right, it may not look right, it may not smell right, but it's not done for the wrong reasons, is what I'm getting at, Mr. President. So you have it, and then I'm going to call the question.
My final comments are, and I'll reiterate, those are all worthy projects. I ask that they be submitted in a staggered fashion in the coming year so that we can do what we normally do for projects like this. There's no reason, because of your concerns, that we waive the administrative functions that we do to review these projects and to go through the budget amendment process. Have we had any discussions about any of the projects that have come through this year? No. I know that those are projects needed. I've reviewed those plans. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking to support our CFO, who you all support and say each and every day how much you support the work that we do, our administration, our finance department. Please vote. If you have no other amendments or suggestions to this budget, please vote to adopt this budget, and let's work together to get these projects moving next year with review of our parish engineer and review of our CFO, and going through the process of doing budget amendments and making sure where the money's coming from, commitment for, and we can only budget the engineering portion as we go through. But we'll work through that, but we need to review it. I look forward to working with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Bender, did you want to close? I see your name still on this.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman,
please, let's go.
Mr. Chairman, I want to close it up with this. But I also want to say this. We have 4 staff members, okay? We do not have a financial department on our end. So when we're reviewing this budget, no, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Parish President, the moving of hands and everything, you're looking at me like, oh, well, you don't have a finance department. What are y'all doing? The law says that it's our opportunity to review the budget that you, with all of the people you have at your disposal, presented to us. We never told you what to present to us. You chose what to present to us. It's now the opportunity of any council to review. We look at the size of the fund balance in roads, and none of this money is even being spent right now. But I'll tell you this, we wait till next year. The experts have told us, and every one of us that were in that meeting, forget 2023. Now you'd be lucky to get into 2024 or 2025. That's what delay causes, because we have the information, and I want to add the last thing. Definitely, you all should have time to review it, and you will have time to review it because there's going to be another meeting. There's going to be another meeting. This is simply the amendment portion. It's going to be another meeting for the whole budget as amended. You'll have time to review it. Just like when we get the agenda with capital improvements, you know, all of the requests, every agenda or most agendas for, we need a vote from the council to move this money from here to here.
I'm back, Mr. Bender, so we can
Yeah,
go ahead and come on.
and here to here and here to here. Listen, we have 2 weeks to look at it,
Got it.
and we vote on each one of those. So we're trying to be respectful and use the people's money wisely, and we haven't even voted on it yet. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no one else in the queue, we had a motion and a second, I believe, a long time ago. Is that correct? Okay, we had a motion and a second. Please vote. The motion is to accept what Mr. Bender, the amendments Mr. Bender put forward, Steve. Yeah, okay. Had a motion and a second, please vote. Nope.
I don't have a screen, but I'll vote yes.
With a, Mr. Mike Smith, what's your vote?
I voted yes.
Okay, with a verbal yes from Mr. Airy and Mr. Mike Smith, we have a unanimous motion with 11 yeas and 3 absent.
Thank you. Okay, I need to reintroduce the ordinance to adopt the 2021 budget. Okay, for what? As amended. Is there a motion? Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Mr. Dean, and no vote. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we'll go to number 2. Ordinance calendar number 6491, ordinance to establish the 2021-25 capital improvement budget and capital assets. Ms. Long.
Yes, sir. The ordinance before you is for the capital improvement budget, which lays out the list of roads by council district and also in Tammany utilities, as well as equipment purchases for 2021.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion? Is there a motion? Motion by Mr. Mike, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Carlo, you had a card, sir. We had a motion by Mr. Mike Smith and second by Mr. Jake Aaron. But come on up, Mr. Carlo.
Thank you. I
Yes, sir.
certainly can't top what I just heard in the last 45 minutes, that's for sure. You know, what's interesting, though, to me is, someone who is interested in the fiscal matters here in the parish, and I'm sure a number of other citizens also, is that I am also disappointed that I am not able to see all of these amendments that were just introduced here. And hopefully someone can give me a list of these amendments before I walk out of the building here tonight. Regarding the capital budget, in 2018, the adopted capital budget included $187,055 for the resurfacing of the entire length of Forest Brook Boulevard. This improvement did not take place in 2018, 2019, or 2020, and is not included in the 2021 capital budget, nor all these amendments that I just heard. The 2021 capital budget for District Council District 7, there is an $182,016 for projects to be identified. I want to recommend improvements to Forest Brook Boulevard. Presently, the signalized intersection at State Highway 1088 and Forest Brook Boulevard does not have the traffic light sensors operating on Forest Brook Boulevard. The LA DOTD has indicated that they will not replace or repair these sensors until the roadway has been resurfaced. This needs to be done as soon as possible. I am also requesting funding for a right turn only lane for Forest Brook Boulevard onto State Highway 1088. Thank you for your consideration.
What was that, the right turn you said, sir?
Yes, sir, right turn lane.
Thank you, Mr. Colo.
Thank you.
Okay. Jimmy, did you want to say something, sir?
Yes. Just to appease Mr. Carlo about that, about Forest Brook Boulevard, that is happening next year. That's a fact. You haven't seen that because it's been postponed so long that it's actually taking place now, and the engineers are going to go out there and get that done. So that comes through Public Works, and that's what I've been informed. So we are looking at that whole Forest Brook repave with the actual increase in the shoulders width when you're leaving to go to 1088. That's all.
Thank you, Jimmy. Okay, we had a motion and a second.
Yes, they have.
Okay, mine just has a 8 vote. Okay.
I have a motion and a second.
As amended by Mr. Bender?
Yes.
Might want to say
Okay. Please vote. Jerry, did you want to say something, sir? I'm sorry. Before we vote.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity's sake, this motion and second would be to move the money from ordinance count number 6490 as laid out, capital projects, to section 1, capital improvement infrastructure, ordinance count number 6491.
Well, that's not the one that I read. Actually, I read the second ordinance, so if I want to be correct, I read
Wait.
the second ordinance. If I want, I can go back to that one.
Wait.
I can go back to that one.
Okay, let her confer, please.
I have it right? Okay.
Oh, okay.
She said- Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. All right, we got it right then, okay. All right, it's correct. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Let's call it. Thank you. Good, Jerry.
Mr. Chairman, simply a motion to introduce.
Okay, we have a motion introduced by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Dean. Thank you. Okay. Let's go to the ones that are easy. We'll go to ordinances for introduction. Number 1, ordinance calendar number 6495. An ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.54 acres of land from I-1 industrial district to an I-2, industrial district, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith?
Introduce.
Motion by Mr. Smith. For adoption.
It's the adoption.
For adoption, yeah.
Oh,
Oh, okay, all right. All right, motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Canulet.
Wait. No. Which one are we on?
I was on ordinance for adoption, number 1,
Here we go.
unless you... Okay, I'm on ordinance for adoption, number 1, ordinance calendar number 6495.
1 second. I'd like to postpone that.
Okay. All right, motion to postpone, second by Mr. Canulet. Please vote.
Mr. T.J. Smith. Mr. T.J. Smith. The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Ordinance calendar number 6496, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.58 acres of land from I-1 industrial district to an I-2 industrial district, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith? Motion by Mr. Smith to postpone, second by Mr. Canulet. Oh, he's not here, I'm sorry. Ms. O'Brien, please vote.
Yeah, Ken.
Mr. T.J. Smith. The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 3, ordinance calendar number 6499, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 2.69 acres of land from I-1 Industrial District to an I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith? Motion by Mr. Smith to postpone, second by Ms. Cheryl Tanner. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Ordinance calendar number 6500, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.53 acres of land from I-1 Industrial District to I-2 Industrial District, Ward 9, District 14. Mr. Smith? Motion by Mr. Smith to postpone, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
Mr. Stefanski?
Thank you.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 5, ordinance calendar number 6525, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 0.75 acres of land from its A-2 suburban district to an A-4 single-family residential district and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 7, District 7. Mr. Jimmy Davis?
Motion to adopt.
Motion by Mr. Davis, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with a verbal yes from Mr. Bender with 4 absent.
Thank you. Ordinance calendar number 6526, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1 acre of land from its present A-1 suburban district to an A-1 suburban district and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 6, District 11. Mr. Stefanski. Motion by Mr. Stefanski, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 5 absent.
Number 7, ordinance calendar number 6529, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 0.36 acres of land from its present A-4A single-family residential district to an A-4A single-family residential district and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 8, District 12. Mr. Bender. Motion by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Stefanski. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 6 absent.
Ordinance calendar number 8, ordinance calendar number 6530, ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 1.95 acres of land from its present A-2 suburban district RO overlay, rural overlay, and MHO manufactured housing overlay to an NC-2 indoor retail and service district, Ward 10, District 6. Ms. Tanner. Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 6 absent.
Number 9, ordinance calendar number 6531, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 45.78 acres of land from its present PBC-1 Planned Business Campus to HC-3 Highway Commercial District, Ward 1, District 1. Mr. Dean? Motion by Mr. Dean, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 6 absent.
Thank you. Number 10, ordinance calendar number 6532, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 0.92 acres of land from its present A-1 suburban district and RO rural overlay to an A-1 suburban district RO rural overlay and MHO manufactured housing overlay, Ward 2, District 6. Ms. Tanner? Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 11, ordinance calendar number 6533, ordinance to declare Lot 1 Square 2604, Division of New Covington as surplus property and to authorize the private sale, public auction, and/or disposal of said property described herein, Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casabon. Motion by Mr. Jimmy Davis, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
Mr. Lorino, what is your vote?
Voted yes.
With a verbal yes from Mr. Lorino, the motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 12, ordinance calendar number 6534, ordinance authorizing the parish president to properly for the Third Avenue Bridge Replacement Project, Ward 4, District 5. Mr. Taladano. Motion by Mr. Airy, second by Mr. Dean. Please vote. Kick me.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 13, ordinance calendar number 6535, ordinance establishing a no parking zone on Reese Lane, Ward 9, District 12. Mr. Bender?
Yes, sir.
Motion by Mr. Bender, second by Mr. Stefanczyk. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 14, ordinance calendar number 6536, an ordinance to correct roads and drainage inventory to include Murray Loop lateral, DO84, WO1043, Ward 8, District 11. Mr. Stefanczyk. Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Mr. Airy. Please vote.
Mr. Stefanczyk.
Get up there.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
No, we already did that. I don't know why you gave me that.
That's for adoption. We just missed it, though.
Okay, 15, ordinance calendar number 6537, ordinance to extend for 6 months the moratorium on property within precinct 102, 112, and unincorporated portion of precinct MD1 located in Council District 4. Motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with, I'm sorry, Mr. Canulet, what's your vote?
Yes.
With a verbal yes from Mr. Canulet, the motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 16, ordinance calendar number 6538, ordinance extend for 6 months the moratorium on property within a portion of voting district 914, Ward 8, District 14. Mr. Smith? Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Canulet. Please vote.
The motion passes with 10 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 absent. Yes, sir. Okay, well, the motion passes with 3 absent.
Thank you. Number 17, ordinance calendar number 6539, ordinance to extend for additional 6 months the moratorium on the opening of new streets in Angelic Estates, Ward 3, District 5. Mr. Taladano. Motion by Mr. Jimmy Davis, second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote. I'll put you down.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 18, ordinance calendar number 6540, ordinance to impose 6-month moratorium on the property in the area bounded by Interstate 12, Highway 59, Sharp Road, and Highway 190, being a portion of Little Creek, Ponchatoula Creek, Bayou Ted Laws, and Bayou Chinchuba Drain Basin, Ward 4, District 5. Mr. Taladano. Motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Dean. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 19, ordinance calendar 6541, ordinance to amend the 2020 grants budget amendment number 10, transportation grants. Motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 20, ordinance calendar number 6542, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 39, sales tax District 3, District 1. Motion by Mr. Dean, second by Mr. Bender. Please vote.
Mr. Stefanski? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 21, ordinance calendar number 6543, ordinance to amend the 2020 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 40, mandatory service area drainage impact fees. Motion by Ms. Tanner, second by Mr. Mike Smith. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Number 22, ordinance calendar number 6544, ordinance to amend the 2020 grants budget amendment number 11, health and welfare grants. Motion by Mr. Davis, second by Mr. Airy. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Number 23, ordinance calendar number 6545, an ordinance accepting the sale of $23,465,000 of taxable sales tax refund bonds, Series 2020, of Sales Tax District Number 3 of the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana, prescribing the form, terms, and conditions of such bonds and providing for the payment thereof and providing any other matters in connection therewith. Need a motion by Ms. Come on up, my friend. A motion by Ms. Tanner and second by Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Ryan with Government Consultants, Mr. Grant Schluter, we all know with Foley and Udell. It was a good day Tuesday for the parish. As you know, we've been trying to refund your Series 2012 sales tax bonds. We did that, and just to be short and brief, the savings is about an average of $63,000 a year for that sales tax District 3, the bonds that you have outstanding, simply lowering your interest rate. The gross savings is about $692,000 over the life of the bonds. The net present value, which simply means in today's dollars, that savings is worth $642,000. And if I could deviate from the agenda just 1 second.
Take your time.
You also had a great day yesterday. We sold your Go Mesa bonds yesterday, and they sold at a rate of 3.75%, which is the lowest interest rate that's ever been achieved on any Go Mesa bond funding in the country. So that is a phenomenal job. That will net you about $21,194,000 in project funds.
Wow. Well, once again, you all do a great job. I can't speak for the gentleman behind you, but I know you do a great job.
Grant does a great job. Yep, and as Mr. Schluter just reminded me to say, I mean, again, that savings is all because of y'all's AA rating, AA plus rating with Standard & Poor's. And the administration gets a ton of credit for that. Leslie gets a ton of credit for that. The council gets a ton of credit for that, for the fiscal things that the council does and the budgets that they do. I mean, it was a great team to work with, it really was. Mr. Schluter, please.
Thank you very much. And just in perspective, the AA plus is the second highest rating that S&P offers. It's rare, particularly rare in Louisiana. So a lot of congratulations go out to you guys for that. The ordinance you have before you is to accept the final proposal and lock in the savings. They're actually locked in now, but it recognizes it and establishes the interest rates and so forth.
Thank you, Grant.
Thank you.
We had a motion and a second. Please vote.
Mr. TJ? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Mr. Martin Cray, are you here, sir? Martin, come on,
He's calling it back up now.
come on up, sir.
He missed to speak about it. Yeah.
I noticed I went blowing right by you, but you were forward, so that's a good thing. But anyway, would you please go ahead and say whatever you had, please?
No, I'm good.
No, go ahead, sir.
No, everything's fine. The gentleman at the door asked me to fill out the card
Yes, sir.
in reference to the adoption of ordinance number 6.
Yes, sir.
I wasn't too clear on it. Of course, this is the first time dealing with this situation here. So I went ahead and filled the card out because I didn't know if I had to do a rebuttal if anybody came in
Yes, sir.
against it or not. So I guess while I have you here, I know y'all voted on it. We didn't quite hear it. I didn't know if it was a vote to postpone or it was a vote to adopt.
It was a vote to adopt, like, just what you wanted to do. Voted
Thank
for.
y'all very much.
Okay,
Y'all have a good night.
and I apologize, sir. I blew right past you, and I didn't see it. I thought I had it on the other side.
No problem.
All right, you have a good night, and thank you for
Thank you.
coming. Thank you
Y'all
for
too.
coming. Okay. Number 24, ordinance calendar number 6546, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to reclassify 83.51 acres of land from A-1 suburban district, A-1A suburban district, A-2 suburban district, and I-1 industrial district to an A-3 suburban district, Ward 4, District 5. Motion by Mrs. O'Brien, second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Please vote.
With a verbal yes from Mr. Airy, the motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Number 25, ordinance calendar number 6547, an ordinance amending the official zoning map to 83.51 acres of land from A-3 suburban district to an A-3 suburban district in PUD, Plan Unit Development Overlay, Ward 4, District 5. Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Ms. Tanner. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you.
Before we go to that, can you just revisit Ms. Tanner's on the ordinance to adopt, number 7 on ordinance for introduction? Let me see if this is.
What you mean?
We need to
You want to refer to?
revisit, yeah, this is ordinance for introduction.
Okay. Okay,
This is a approved zoning.
okay. We're going to go to ordinance calendar number 6548, an ordinance to amend the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinance, Chapter 130, Unified Development Code, Article 4, Zoning District, Division 40, CFB-1, Community-Based Facility District to add a new use. Ms. Tanner? Okay, you want to refer that to the zoning commission?
Zoning
And
Commission.
there's a second by Mr. Jimmy Davis. No vote necessary. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's a motion to refer. I apologize.
Okay, we do need a vote then, she
Okay.
said. Please vote.
To zoning.
Thank you.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. See if you get a list of those projects and give me calls. Okay, if you don't mind, we'll go to items off the floor. I need a motion to, a motion by Mr. Canulet, second by Mr. T.J. Smith. Off the floor, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Number 1, resolution to appoint Mr. Evan Spiceless to replace Mr. Donald Sharp, whose terms expired at the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission. Ms. O'Brien? Motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Jake Airy. Yes,
His
sir.
term expired.
Yes, sir. Please vote. Yes, right, I will.
The motion passes with 10 yeas, 1 nay, and 3 absent.
Thank you. And then I need a motion and second to suspend the rules and appoint. Motion by Ms. O'Brien, second by Mr. Stefancic. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Number 2, Resolution CS number C-6365AA, resolution to amend Resolution CS number C-6365 to vacate in part the 6-month moratorium established in Ordinance CS 20-466 and any subsequent extensions thereof for the limited purpose of allowing issuance of permits for the re-subdivision or rezoning of property and/or the issuance of permits for construction or placement of any building structures on property within the defined area within Township 8, South Range 14 East, Section 13, St. Tammany Parish Council District 14, specifically the property located at 57297 Maple Avenue, previously incorrect and identified as 57291 Maple Avenue. Mr. Smith. Motion by Mr. Smith, second by Mr. Canulette. Please vote. Thank you.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Okay, thank you very much. Having no other business, I have a motion by Mr. Davis, second by Mr. Stefancic to adjourn. The next issue we have is executive session. I need a motion and a second to go into executive session. Motion by Mr. Canulette, second by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. We'll go into executive session, so we'll kind of clear the area for me, please. Mr. Carlo, they're going to get you a copy of that, those amendments.
Not right now.
They're going to get you one right now. They're working on it for you. Yes, sir, you're going to have to go out. Well, you don't have to right now. When we get ready to go into executive session, if they don't have it, then you'll have to go out. Or we'll email it to you, whatever you want to do. But you, I'm sorry? Okay, okay.
You want something to drink while I'm on?
No, babe, I need to go meet my man there. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. I need to go to... we just come out of executive session, and I'm going to read it.
Vote on that.
Oh, I'm sorry, we need to vote on that. I don't think anybody want to stay in executive session, so we would be all right. Okay. Okay. I did.
All right, we have, the motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Okay, we're back in public meeting. I'm going to read a resolution after the executive session, and we can get a motion in a second if possible. Resolution to approve recommendations and authorize special counsel to proceed with the settlement of a lawsuit entitled All-State Financial Company versus the Parish of St. Tammany and Ross P. Liner in the official capacity as Director of Planning and Development for the Parish, 22nd JDC number 2020-14668. Whereas the parish government was made a party of the following lawsuit, All-State Financial versus the Parish of St. Tammany and Ross P. Liner in his official capacity as Director of Planning and Development for the parish, case number 2020-14668, Division C, in the 22nd Judicial District Court for the Parish of St. Tammany, State of Louisiana. And whereas outside counsel for the St. Tammany Parish recommended settlement of the above referenced litigation and claims of All-State Financial Company. The Parish of St. Tammany hereby resolves that the St. Tammany Parish Council approves the recommendation of outside counsel to settle the above described lawsuit as claims made by All-State Financial Company. The Parish of St. Tammany further resolves that outside counsel is authorized to proceed with the necessary actions, including execution of all documents required in connection with the settlement of the above referenced litigation and claims of All-State Financial Company. The resolution having been submitted to a vote, the vote there was as follows. Do I have a motion? Motion by Mr. Stefanczyk, second by Mr. Mike Smith. All in favor? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Motion by Mr. Dean and second by Ms. Cheryl Tanner. Adjourn. Thank you.
It's so they can turn the lights back on, didn't it?
Thank you, dear.
Yes, sir.